aus der Tschechischen Republik aus Prag, Nikola Pöschlova.
Ja, und als nächster an der Reihe die dritte der Schweizer Meisterschaften letzten Jahres und schon nominiert für Tokio aus der Schweiz, die Lea Bachmann.
Wir freuen uns ganz besonders, dass sie nach ihrem anstrengenden Wettkampf in Dresden bei den Deutschen Meisterschaften eine Woche später schon wieder fit ist und hier am Rhein mitspringen wird. In Dresden holte sie ihren ersten deutschen Meistertitel. Wir gratulieren nochmal ganz herzlich und begrüßen Sie hier in Düsseldorf vom SV Werder Bremen, Friedelinde Petershofen.
Und als nächstes haben wir die französische Meisterin Bernice Petit.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the EUROWINGS flight circus event here in Düsseldorf. We're on the riverbank of the Rhine River here in Düsseldorf, which runs through the center. Beautiful setting for a pole vault competition. We've seen so many of these pop-up pole vault competitions across Germany and across Europe. Some of the best in Germany, Rostock-Ergen meeting, where they vault onto a lake. It's quite spectacular. This one alongside the waterfront as well. And you can see all these spectators lining up the riverbank as well. Looking forward to this competition getting underway as we introduce some of the athletes they're going to be competing here. We're looking forward to seeing Peters Hoffen, the German. Good season so far. Again, how close can she get? For some of the athletes here, can she come away with a victory on home soil? Just 29 years of age, Peters Hoffen, but that lifetime best of hers dating back to 2017. Well, Sydney Horn is definitely going to be one of the favourites here today. And Düsseldorf, she once again comes into this in great form, still just 23 years of age. However, despite having a great season in the pole vault, did no height at those US championships just, 2 weeks ago now. So perhaps just feeling the pressure there on that occasion. Ritjustin, the Norwegian, certainly the favorite here. 470, her lifetime best. The 17 times Norwegian national champion. 11 of those titles coming outdoors. And it's been 11 straight wins for her as well outdoors.
Und los geht's. We are ready to go. Ein Foto noch.
So as the stadium announcer has warned the crowd, we are ready to go here, and these women will know each other very well, competing on the circuit week after week, pretty much through the summer. It can be an intense period. Many of them north of 20 competitions already in the calendar year of 2025. And, well, it pays to compete regularly as well. Those world ranking points won't come by just a few competitions unless you are extremely consistent. By the way, lots of these women are right on the cusp of qualifying for those Tokyo World Championships. We're, what, 4 weeks out now? Can you believe it? 4 or 5 weeks out until the World Championships. And 36 will go to Tokyo. So any of those on the cusp will have to see if they can better their marks. Those world rankings, the way they work, often you'll get a result score, which will obviously be how high you vault, and then you'll get a place score as well. And that place score, depending on the level of the meeting, can be bigger and bigger and bigger. And so that's the important one to look out for, because if you win here, you're going to get a good place score. For example, if you won on a Diamond League, that place score is going to be even bigger, so your points are going to be even more as well. And for the pole vaulters, for most events across the track and field, they take an average of 5 performances. Some of the distance events will just be 3. It's an event like the pole vault. There's 5 marks that count towards your world ranking. World bar at 4 meters then, a modest height to come in at. And look at that then. Well, Poskalova, no problems there, the Czech athlete. Good to see as well, 4:44, her lifetime best. However, I think she'll be pleased that, well, although it was relatively close, she'll be pleased to have just boxed that off quite quickly. And one of the reasons why, just 3:93 the other week and 4:17 before that as well. So has had a little bit of a rough patch. So it's comfortable for her, and now the bar will remain at 4 meters. We're going to see Fridolin Petershoffen, the first German, to welcome to this event here in Düsseldorf. And like I said, lifetime best back from 2017, however, is the German champion. Believe it or not, won that German title with just 4 meters and 20. One of the lowest winning marks that we've seen across the German championships over the last few years, but also pretty much any nation in Europe, you often have to go well beyond 4:20 to bring home a national title. So an interesting national champs in Germany. Oh, it's comfortable. And as you would expect, you know, these are training marks for most of these women, just settling their nerves a little bit and almost extending their warm-up, if you like. So Petershoffen well clear at 4 meters. Made that look a lot easier than Poskalova did, though. The Czech athlete just sort of skimmed it. But a clearance is a clearance, and they won't mind by how much. So Petershoffen will get a little bit of feedback. That's often how it works. They try and learn as much as possible. Conditions, by the way, look absolutely fantastic. Very, very light wind. So they haven't got that to contend with down there. You can see on the riverbank. And any wind they have got is a very, very mild, just crosswind. You can see those flags just fluttering. Top right of picture there. And of course, this is all temporary. The pole vault runway, the pole vault beds, the pillars are all temporary and have been set up. And as I said, you know, it was across Europe that we've seen many of these competitions in train stations, on lakes, and it really is one of the best ways to consume pole vault. And you can see the crowd that have lined the railings there to the left of the picture. We've got some temporary stands to enjoy. So it was just Petershoffen and Poskalova who decided to take an attempt at 4 meters, but now you can see Poskalova will get things underway again. 4 meters in 15 centimeters. What you got? First attempt for the Czech athlete. Oh, okay, so first failure. I did mention, has had a little bit of a rocky last few weeks. A lifetime best of 4:44 dating back from 2023. That was one of our better seasons. 4:35 season's best this year. For one reason or another, not quite clicking. And you never know, a lot of these athletes will be relatively coy. How well they've wintered and gone into spring. They might be just nursing a bit of a constant niggle that they're trying to put to the back of their mind as well. So could be lots of reasons why someone like Poskalova is just not having the best season so far. But Fridolin Petershoffen getting herself set. Well, she was very, very comfortable over that 4 meter mark, and you expect her to replicate that at 4:15. However, has an equal season's best to Poskalova of just 4:35. But 4 wins this year would be huge if she could get a win today. I mean, that would be some upset. But she'll believe anything is possible after her first German title just last weekend. She is climbing back to her best. So here goes Petershoffen. 4:15. You can see the countdown clock, by the way. It gives you an indication of how long they have when they come onto the runway. And that will keep the pace through this competition. Oh, okay. Well, looked like she had the clearance on it. She blaming a little bit of sun there up in the air, or just squinting on the way down, wasn't she? I have to say, the sun might have just put her off when she was at full height. Or just protecting herself from the bar on the way down, actually. I think that's what it was. But good on the height, and then just came down on it really fast, didn't she? Couldn't quite get the depth over the bar that she needed. It's going to be an easy correction for Petershofen, and what often happens in the pole vault is that first attempt is just familiarize yourself with the distances, see what changes you need to make. It's almost like a little bit of a training, a feedback run, if you like, and then that real second attempt and third attempt is when you really sort of push and strive to get up over that bar. Sometimes you'll change your poles as well. Certainly as the bar goes up, they will swap their poles around, extend the length of their pole. So in Stocklin, welcoming her into the competition, 4 meters 15. You can see that minute countdown has begun. Interesting, no one getting And these meet organizers here in Düsseldorf at the EUROWINGS Flight Circus event are always just coming up with new ways to make pole vault even more exciting, engage the crowd as much as possible, but also set the event up so it works for the athletes. So Sydney Horn's going to enter the competition as well, and then we might see Bernice Petit and Kitty Fay, another Norwegian, and Regius, the leading Norwegian. As I mentioned, the 17 times Norwegian champion, staggering indoors and out, just 11 outdoors. I say just 11. Can't be many in the sport of track and field that have won 10 plus national titles. Well, here goes the Americans starting out, obviously in that NCAA system. She was 10th in that NCAA final as well this year. But we'll want to put that US Championships behind her. And she's over to Europe. And she'll have a mini series of competitions. And we think shutting down at the end of August, that is for one reason and one reason only, the Tokyo World Championships. So back to Poskalova, second attempt at 4:15. Looks like she's done it. Fine jump from the Czech athlete. Alexia Rank sitting in third at the moment. Pay no attention to the rankings this early on in the pole vault competition. It just depends who's vaulted, who's come in yet. Although you do see no marks pretty regularly, actually, and one of the no marks that Sydney Horn will want to put behind her is that at the US Championships, the American. Back to Petershofen then, she's got a job to do. Second attempt, 4:15. The German national champion. Good speed on the runway. She up and over. Yes, it looks that way. White flag to the right. A picture comes up. And Petershofen remains in the competition, advances. The bar set to go up to 430 next, ladies and gentlemen. That's where the scorecard will take us. And then from there, 440, 448, 453, 458, 463. And then by that point, it'll be down to those on the runway to decide where they go next if we haven't found a winner yet. So good to see. Although some have struggled on their first attempt, everyone's still in this competition. Well, defending champion Holly Bradshaw not here on this occasion. She turned up last year, took the victory. 4 meters and 52 was the leading mark last year on the men's side. Ethan, come on, 5.65, the Frenchman. Bo Kander, the German. Equal mark of 5.65, but ended up in second on countback. But the home crowd were absolutely loving it, weren't they, seeing Bo Kander vault here. The men will get started at 5 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, so that's when they're set to go. This women's competition, of course, kicked off just a couple minutes past 2 p.m. So back to Boskalova. She's been busy down there. So Boskalova, 430, first attempt. Again, won't be phased. Has been here before. On many times, just today. Well, she'd love to go clear of 430 because, as I mentioned, that next height at 440 would be a season's best for her. And she'd love to actually get to a stage where she can attempt that again. She's only had the chance to attempt it twice this season.
35, ihre Saisonbestleistung, die 4:30 sollten also noch drin sein.
Well, it's first time we're going to see Leah Backman. Swiss athlete, 4. For her campaign here today. That was easy for Backman. Has got a season's best of 445, consistent at that mark throughout the year as well. But just the ease in which she got over 430 is what struck me. Four meters in 73 is the qualification for these women if they do want to go to Tokyo. I mentioned before, so many of them are on the cusp when it comes to those world ranking points. At the moment, you need 1,158 ranking points to qualify for Tokyo. That's if you're going to get there. So around about that 1150 mark. As I mentioned, you win a competition like this, you'll have 60 plus points. 60 plus bonus points will be added to your overall result score. And those bonus points referred to as your place score. Many athletes would have had their national champs as well. That's where big points are on offer if you win your national champs, just like Petershofen did, the German. big bonus points. However, only in a mark of 4 meters and 20. Well, the leading German vaulter, Naske. It's a bit of a shock defeat for her. Petershofen at the moment, though, ranked down in 81st position in the world. Running that vault clock all the way down to pretty much 0. Here she goes. Oh, that's close. Well, you certainly think it's capable, don't you, for Petershofen? Sitting in 4th at the moment. I mentioned, though, don't pay any attention to the rankings. Not yet, anyway. We haven't been in this competition long enough to see who is going to finish where. But Petershofen. Oh, no. We'll certainly know she's got enough to go clear. And 4:30 is also the first time we're going to see Bernice Petit. Here she goes. French woman, very, very fast on a run-up. That's one of her strengths, and that's easy for her. 4:30, first time clearance. Second of those French championships last weekend. And that was very, very encouraging. Well, each vaulter will have a slightly different strength, and her is definitely with that speed on the runway and that power that she can transfer through the pole and up over the bar. Pole vaulters will typically only vault, believe it or not, about 1 or 2 times a week, and they'll spend a lot of the time in the gym, then working on their speed, accelerations, mobility. Here's Faye of Norway. Goes clear by the looks. Did the bar come down? Got to keep an eye. It's not the best angle for us, is it? I think it was a clearance for her. Yeah, first time clearance, no problem for Faye there.
Selbstanalyse hier auf der großen Videoscreen.
Very, very smooth. Very smooth. Yeah, and as I was saying, you know, they'll vault 1-2 times a week, and a lot of gym work, speed and accelerations. Mobility is huge for pole vaulters. Speed endurance, each session lasting anywhere between 3 and 5 hours. They spend a lot of time honing their craft. There are a lot of different aspects to the pole vault that you need to work on. And then you try and piece it all together. Well, Stocklin, defo appreciating her runway song. An athlete who has been interacting with it every single time. So here goes. Stocklin, 4:30. Oh, yeah, just came down on it. It was close, though. Lost her sunglasses in the process. Stocklin season's best, by the way, of For 4 meters in 30. Easy as you like from Horn. 4:57 her lifetime best, and I wonder if she has picked this competition out on the calendar to see it as a great opportunity to do that. And if she can jump a lifetime best here, she may well walk away with the victory. Holly Bradshaw, 4:52 last year, was good enough to win. But she's going to have to beat the hot favorite, and that is Redzius here, the 17 times Norwegian champion. She was 18th in the Olympic Games in Paris. Highest ranked in the world in terms of this competition. She's ranked 34th in the world, so at the moment as it stands, should be at the World Championships in Tokyo. We'll have to rely on world ranking because it hasn't got that auto mark of 473 just yet. And we'll give compliment to the runway song she's chosen. Here we go, 4:30, first attempt, Redzius. Ooh, okay, interestingly, wasn't to be. This time around, anyway.
Ja, da passt auch noch etwas nicht, aber das wird in den nächsten Sprüngen dann geändert und von daher ist noch viel Potenzial.
Well, she is the Norwegian national record holder as well. And with a nation like Norway, just how well they're performing across many, many track events and field events now. And they are a rising powerhouse in the world of track and field. You go back 10 years, really, and it would be tough to name a Norwegian athlete who is currently performing at a level inside the top 15 or so in the world. And now you can name 4 or 5 off the tip of your tongue. Poshklova, 4:30, fouled out on attempt number 1. Did the same at 4:15 and had no problem going clear at that. 4:30, slightly different ballpark. This would get her back towards her best though after a few rocky competitions over the last few weeks. Poshklova, ooh. Okay, we'll have to come down to that third and final attempt. You can see sitting in 6th at the moment as a few more have entered the competition. But 4:17 last week, 3:93 the week before that. Well par of where she would want to be. 4:44 Volta at her very best a couple years ago. Well, they got a prime time seats, haven't they? I was going to refer to them as track-side. Doesn't get better than that. However, your runway side on this occasion. It is very much a temporary surface. Third in. Friedlin Petershofen, German champion, 4:30. This to be higher than she vaulted on that occasion to take the title. She waits, keeping an eye on that wind. That's what a lot of them will do. They'll just look at the wind. You've got this minute window to vault, and you've just got to make sure the conditions are at their best when you choose to vault during that minute. And you can see those flags have just changed direction, and now looks like they'll be vaulting into a headwind. And so, understandably, just wanted to make sure that it's going to be at its calmest when she's on the runway. Here she goes, Petershofen, up and over, and it was perfect. Well, it was well worth being patient for, wasn't it? And that shows her experience and her class, and that is why she's a German champion. 4:30, still a mark that we shouldn't get too excited about. It is well within her. Had lifetime best of 4:55, but it was more, you could tell she was under a little bit of pressure to go clear there. You want to get it done on your second attempt. You don't want to take 3. And also, it's just another jump that you've got to do that just adds to the fatigue a little bit and the mental preparation required. You want to put all your energy into those big Stocklin will now find herself under pressure going into that third and final attempt. Well, Retzius to go next. Surprisingly failed at her very first attempt. 430 was her first height of the competition as well. It's when she entered. Onsrud. Norwegian national record holder.
Onsrud Retzius aus Norwegen, 4,30 Meter im ersten noch nicht gültig. Jetzt ihr zweiter Versuch.
So Lina Onsrud Retzius of Norway makes history every single year she picks up another national title. She'll want to win here. The favourite on paper. The pole vault is just always about being very, very consistent over the course of a season. Can you get as close to your best as possible on a regular basis? Routine. Routine for the favourite on this occasion. You can see her ranking there in 5th, just flashing up in yellow. That's her ranking going clear there with her second attempt. Those ahead of her have got a perfect scorecard at this stage.
Müssen beide in ihren letzten Versuch in den dritten bei 4,30 Metern. Ihr müsst also noch mal ein bisschen mehr helfen, bitte. Düsseldorf.
Well, that leaves just Pošklova now. Nikola Pošklova of the Czech Republic. Here we are. Jump clock has started. You can see it counting down. This is to stay in the competition for the Czech athlete. It would edge her much closer to a season's best of 4:35, and it will also give her a crack at 4:40. That's going to be the next height. What you got, Pošklova? Oh, well, the second attempt was the best, wasn't it? But unfortunately, she's out. And our first athlete to exit the competition is Nikola Pošklova of the Czech Republic. Just one of those days, one of those periods where she's just underperforming a little bit at the moment. Pošklova. And sometimes it's hard to put your feet. Oh, I say it's enough. It is. By the skin of her teeth. She's just waiting to see if that's going to come down. Her body language didn't suggest it was enough, did it? Jumping around with joy and elation. However, look at that. Doesn't get much closer. So Stocklin will stay in the competition. Petershofen to kick things off now with 4 meters and 40 centimeters. For those of you who are joining, welcome everybody. You are watching the EUROWINGS Flight Circus, and I'm sure you know we're here in Düsseldorf, right on the riverbank of the Rhine River here in Germany, which actually this area, this district, actually played host to those World University Games, which was a staggering multi-sport competition once again here in 2025. And whenever you see a major championships on German soil, you can't help but get excited because they just do events so well here in Germany. And what's more is they have the crowd, they have the interest. And you can see here, by the way, this crowd are filling up here on the riverbank. We do have 2 temporary stands either side of the runway. At the top behind the mat there, and on the opposite side at the back of the runway, just out of picture. And then of course there is a stand along all the way alongside the runway as well. To your German champion, all of those supporters will be cheering her on here. They'll be focused on what she can do. How long can she stay in the competition? Freeland. Continues to climb back towards her best, but that lifetime best of 4:55 dates back to 2017. Where she would have been just 21 years of age. Oh, unlucky. Okay. First attempt for it. And what is interesting, you know, when people peak at different times, you've got someone like Petershoffen who vaulting a PB back, and she's just 21, 8 years ago now. But you got to give it a pole. It's an extremely difficult event to train for. As I mentioned, they'll often be training for 3 to 5 hours a day, and if you are having to do even the tiniest bit of part-time work or anything like that, it can be so difficult to reach those incredible heights.
So, die Ständer werden jetzt auf 75 gestellt für den nächsten Versuch für die Pascal.
So Stockland's back on the runway. On this next one, but it will go down as a failure. The minute she touched the mat and planted that pole, it would go down as a failure. .440, first attempt. How about it? It'll put her in first place. And I'm sure Norwegian champion Rutsis will have something to say about that. However, for now, Horn leads. Coming off the back of a disappointing US Championships, but working out at High Point in North Carolina. We're also going to see Matt Ludwig in the men's event, and he is another athlete who actually has an association with High Point, but he is a coach, believe it or not for pole vault, not for track and field like you may think, but for lacrosse. So juggling being a coach in lacrosse and of course being America's best pole vaulter this year. He won their national championships. Don't you cry because you're crawling. Start again. It's a beautiful morning for satellite. Well, they said it was time for change and rise and shine.
Leichter Rückenwind, jetzt kann's losgehen.
So, Sydney Horn, the only athlete to go clear of 440 for now. Petershoffen and Stockland have had one failure, and now they will attempt, whereas I can update you, Leah Bachmann, Kitty Frill-Fay, Bernice Petit, Ritzius, they all passed at 440. That's why we haven't seen them. So, we will turn our attention to the German champion, Petershofen. Would she have been better off passing? Having a straight go at 448? Well, another failure for her.
Aber ein Versuch bleibt noch.
Let's have another look at this then. Yep, you can see just coming down on that upper thigh. So it needs a little more depth, and to be honest, just a little more height. So if you correct over that. Off to get her glasses again. They fall down for the second time. But you've got to be able to see. You can't have that sun in your eyes, limiting your technique and where you're going to plant that pole. Just skimming over it.
Und hängt so ein bisschen von der Höhe von den Bedingungen jeweils ab.
So we'll go back now to Petershofen herself. You can see she'll be preparing for her third and final attempt. Wouldn't it be a shame if we lost Petershofen and Stocklin quite quickly, quite early on into this competition?
So, ihr wisst, was jetzt los ist. Liebe Sportstadt Düsseldorf, wir brauchen vollste Unterstützung.
So here we are, Vreeland Petershofen on the Werder Bremen club here in Düsseldorf on the Rhine River. Played host to a phenomenal World University Games over the course of 10 days at the end of July. the competition was fierce, to say the least. The standard of that World Tuning Games lifting every single year it's held. Petershoffing doing what she did previously. Right now, she is just judging the flag. She's waiting for her moment, waiting for the right opportunity. But in the end, you're up against I was going to call it the shot clock, but it's the volt clock. And you could see it counting down now as we speak. So, just in time, Petershoffing, third and final attempt, 440. Oh, it's so frustrating to not even get an attempt out for the German. The newly crowned German champion. She won for the first time last weekend, but unfortunately she comes here and she can't carry that form over to Düsseldorf at the EUROWINGS Flight Circus event here on the Rhine River. Although it did only take her 420 to win that German championship. You think of a nation like Germany, really? But we never know what the conditions were like. We don't have too much context behind that result. Except, I think Petershoffing would have hoped she'd be in much, much better shape at the business end of the season here. Oh, the bar stays on somehow. She does it again, and look at this then. All of the women go down there to congratulate her, and she's saying, please stay up, please stay up. And you can see how fast they were. They shot down there, didn't they? And that is why pole vault is so different to a lot of the events out there. The way that these women will really get behind one another. The camaraderie in the pole vaulting community is second to none. And look at this. Let's have another flashback. Well, we'll enjoy her expressions there. That's what it meant to her. Well, that gives you a little bit of context, doesn't it? Just how high this bar is. Now we're going to be at 4 meters in 48 centimeters. 4.5 meters. Wow. So Sydney Horn and Stockland were the only ones to go clear at 440 out of 4 athletes who attempted. Someone who didn't was Leah Backman, who is now ready to go. 4 meters and 48 centimeters, Leah Backman.
Sind alle, die noch im Wettkampf mit dabei sind, jetzt auch bei dieser Sprunghöhe wieder mit dabei. Auch Leah Bachmann, die ist ja bei 4,30 Metern eingestiegen, hat
well, it took Stockland a little while to get herself back. Well, that's weird. Just trying to figure out what happened there with Bachmann. Did have time. The clock must have run down, and that will go down as a failure for Leah Bachmann, and that's unfortunate because the vault clock just running down. She didn't touch the bed or the plate, so you can see Menno Vloon in the background. Those men getting ready to go themselves. Well, Bernice Petit then. Oh, that bar. Well, that bar's being worked today, isn't it, by these women? They're becoming awfully close, but I thought it might stay on for a second occasion after what we saw from Stocklin, but wasn't to be for Petit. She won't panic, though, and I mentioned one of her strengths is just the speed. She throws herself down that runway. Mesmerizing. Kitty Friel Faye of Norway. At the moment is second rated vaulter in Norway for so many occasions. Has had to come second fiddle to Redius. What can Faye do? 448. Ooh. Once again, the speed she operates at on that runway. So first time failure for Faye. 455. She's one of the few athletes who have got a lifetime best this year. Second at the World University Games in this area. It was on the Renate as well, the World University Games. So very, very close to here. She was a silver medalist and the standard was terrific. She had to vault 450 on that occasion, so she was second there. Second at the Norwegian Championships, of course, behind Redius. And third at the European Under-23s a couple years back in Finland. Fortunately, just rolling through on that occasion.
Auch die Mucke nicht. Pascal Stöcklin im ersten ungültig.
Would have really put the pressure on the others. And the likes of Ritius, who we're going to see next at the top of the runway. But if she went clear there,
ausgelassen hat.
would have put herself in the driving seat, because I think anywhere around the 450, 460 mark is going to win this thing. So you could secure a top 3 placing if you go clear of 448. I'm pretty confident of that. I mean, Holly Bradshaw won last year 452. But it's more just the consistency of these women. You know, if you are going to perform at the highest level, make those European finals, make those world finals, really, you've just got to vault. For these ladies, their PB, I mean, Retius will know that more than anyone. She's been there to the European Championships. She's been to the Olympic Games. She was 18th on that occasion. The 29-year-old from Norway, the national record holder of 4 meters in 70. She's another name to look out for from that nation. Past the 440, so what can she do at 448? Oh, wow, that was very, very impressive. That'll put a smile on her face and give her a lot of confidence going through to the back half of this competition, the business end of this competition. Just sighting and measuring up that next vault, where the bar will then go after 448, we'll move to 453. And then from there, 458, 463, so just going up in 5 centimeter increments. So a failure for Bachmann, little bit sketchy as she drifted out to the right there. Little fearful for her. As I mentioned, season's best this year came in Geneva, where she won 4:45. That's so having a pretty strong season, consistent in the 440s, but just struggling to go clear of 450, and perhaps 48 is just that little bit too close. There's still what she could do in the next couple vaults. Definitely having an in-depth conversation with her coach there. He'll know what she needs to do, but can she go put it into practice? Well, Bernice Petit, then watch her on the runway. Extremely fast, this woman. Will fly down there. Another athlete who passed the 440. This is their second attempt, 448. Second at the French Championships last weekend. What can she do? 448. She's over it, I say. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, you're kidding. Very, very similar to that first attempt. Look at this. Just not to be today for Petit. Oh. Wow, did just ever so slightly scrape the pole, didn't she, on her way over? Just kissed it at the top there. So we have Bachmann and Petit, who have had 2 failures of 4:48. On the runway now is Faye. Berenice discusses with her coach how she can make sure she goes clear of 4:48. 4:54, her lifetime best. Set this year. Interestingly, rarely competes on the road, Berenice. This is only her second competition this year outside of France. And very similar last year, just the one competition outside of France in 2024. But this is what the sport's about. It's about competing on the circuit against top, fully fledged internationals, getting used to vaulting different locations in front of great crowds as well, like we've got here on the bank. So here goes section string, Norwegian Faye. Oh yes! How about that? Second time she goes clear, 4:48. Well, second in the World Junior Games, second in the Norwegian Championships. Picked up a medal at the Under-23 Champs a couple of years ago. Can she win in Düsseldorf? Puts herself in with a chance. And she is now the second athlete to go clear of 4:48. Pressure on now, over to Stocklin, who was ecstatic to go clear at 4:40. It was so close, wasn't it? What she got? So Stocklin, interestingly enough, it is worth noting, this is her 9th jump now of the competition. Took her 3 jumps, 3 attempts, both at 4:30 and 4:40 to go clear. She opened her campaign with a 4:15, and now this is her second attempt at 4:48. So she has currently done the most jumps in the competition and still in it, but is there a little fatigue starting to creep in? Usually 9 to 12 is about where you want to be. Oh, not even an attempt. Frustrating. They've got a headwind, these women, though. You can see those flags flying right towards them.
Das ist noch immer die zweite Runde, also die zweiten Versuche. Nochmal zur Erinnerung, 3 Versuche hat jede Athletin hier, um die jeweilige Höhe zu meistern. Sydney Horn, bei ihr sind noch 2.
Which looked incredible, did Sydney Horn, over 4:40. And judging by the amount of clearance she got at 4:40, you would say it's doable over 4:48. But having a bar there is a different story. That's often their high point. They measure that clearance by. You've seen it. Lovely bit of extra intel on a Diamond League circuit. Although quite how relevant it is, I'm not so sure, because like I said, they do take just that high point. It shows perhaps what you could be capable of, I guess. But things are very different with a bar there, as we all know. You bring in another layer of complexion to the event. Well, they got the best seats in the house, haven't they? Up and down the river. Rhine here in Germany, Düsseldorf. Right, Bachmann, it's all or nothing now to stay in the competition. 4:48. Her first attempt ran out of time. And will she pay the price for what is not so much an error? She was waiting patiently. She was picking her moment. She was judging the wind. However, Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Bachmann. And I was going to say a couple seasons where she just progresses her way slowly towards that World Championship qualifying mark of 473. Well, there's nothing to say. That won't go up as well. I mean, with the amount of women who have ticked it off. But also, with the way this event is going, I mean, on the men's side as well. I think one of the reasons that all events in track and field are improving at the rate they are, and we're seeing these, you know, incredible world records be set, but also the depth in every single event is, one, there's more opportunities, and, you know, thanks to meetings like this, they simply just didn't exist 10 years ago. And, well, here we are on a riverbank in Düsseldorf. And we've got one of the most engaging and interactive pole vault competitions that you're going to see all year. Here we are. Berenice Petit. 448. Can she be inspired by Bachmann's clearance? Not to be for Petit. Which is a big shame for an athlete who medaled at the National Championships last week. Perhaps a little bit fatigued. And, you know, one of the interesting things about Petit, doesn't compete much outside of France. In fact, just her second time outside of France this year. And I wonder if she does need to gain a little bit more experience on the circuit. You know, get used to jumping in different stadiums in front of different crowds. Different surface, slightly different setup, traveling. You have to factor in as well, although albeit relatively short travel for her, but still travel. You got to carry those poles around, transport those poles, and it is awfully difficult. There's a lot of factors to it, and if just one of them doesn't go smoothly, it can sometimes affect. Oh, how frustrating for Stocklin. 3 failures, but you wouldn't even call them that. 2 of them. She didn't even get to attempt, just ran straight through. And very, very frustrating there for Stocklin. So we've got Sydney Horn to go next. Oh, not to be for the American. Sydney Horn bows out. However, got a mark on the board today. Should be happy to be out here competing in Europe after a long season. It all started indoors, the NCAA Indoor Championships and all those competitions around that, just qualifying, and then, of course, progressed to the outdoor season, studying at High Point in North Carolina, and unfortunately no heighting at their US champs just last weekend.
Unsere Top 3 heute, alle die 4,48 übersprungen, Björn.
Genau. Aber mit den dreien gehen wir jetzt in die nächste Höhe, 4,53 Meter.
So 3 women bowed out. Sydney Horn, Pascal Stockland and Berenice Petit all bowed out at 4 meters in 48 centimeters. 3 remain, Ritziards, Faye and Backman, and the bar is at 4:53, as you can see, bottom right of picture. Leah Backman will go first, the Swiss athlete. Took her 2 attempts to go clear of 4:48. Has she put that behind her? She'll be on a new pole now. Or chances are she will be.
Wir schrauben den Rekord zusammen nach oben. Jetzt erstmal mit Lea Bachmann.
Ja, und noch ein paar Infos am Rande. Die Athleten können sich mit verschiedenen Methoden oben am Stab festhalten. Es gibt vom Magnesium, was ist zum weißes Pulver.
So Backman waiting patiently at the top of the runway while they adjust the bar and they make sure that it is exactly 4 meters and 53 centimeters.
Oder man klebt fest. Das sind so die kleinen Randbedingungen.
So many regulations needed for the pole vault, especially when you make it from scratch, like they have here on the riverbank of the Rhine. Beautiful river just carving its way through or alongside Düsseldorf. Well, there's a few implications because I'm not quite sure what we're waiting for except just that simple adjustment with the bar. And it's come down again, and I wonder if the wind is causing a few problems. And you can see those men just looking to pick up this pink bar. Still not up there just yet. Perhaps now a good time to keep you up to date on that men's field, which is coming. I mean, we've got 5 of the top 20 in the world going to be contesting the men's pole vault competition later on. Well, I tell you what, Backman, Faye, and Ritziards will be pretty happy the fact there's just 3 of them, because they are going to get a good place score, which means they're going to add to their world ranking points. And someone like Backman can really add to her points. At the moment, sitting in 66. But effectively, she has the European Championships from Rome in there, where she didn't get any bonus points, and so she would quite like to, well, better the points she got on that day, 1,083 points. Okay, looks like we're ready. They're balancing it up, just making sure it stays up there. I think this wind is deceiving, you know, because the athletes are they're not rushing into it, are they? They're making sure that they've picked just the perfect time, that 10 seconds to get down our own way. probably see that coming. I think just the conditions weren't quite playing ball for Bachmann. Didn't really want to vault, but had no choice to in the end. Let that 3 minutes come all the way down. And that's rare. You don't often see that, especially this. You do, you know, late on when there's 1 or 2 left in the competition, but not sort of just past halfway like we are now. 4:53 for Lea Bachmann.
Das wäre für Kitty dann neue persönliche Bestleistung, nachdem sie in diesem Jahr unterm Hallendach schon 4,55 Meter
first time failure for Bachmann. And now we're going to get to see the two Norwegians go toe-for-toe. Kitty Friel-Fay is in second place, and the leader, Retius, just with her first time clearance at 4:48, now leads.
Die nächste Höhe springen würden, dann wäre es jetzt unvernünftig eigentlich in den zweiten Versuch zu gehen, die Lea.
So the officials just slowing things down here.
Macht es dann natürlich durchaus Sinn, wenn man davon aussieht oder davon ausgeht, dass die zwei anderen diese Höhe dann nicht springen.
Ja, und man muss dazu sagen, wir springen bei Lea Bachmann ja auch schon auf Bestleistungshöhe, 4,50 Meter. Ihre Bestleistung von letztem Jahr, aufgestellt bei den Schweizer Meisterschaften. 4,45 waren sie in dieser Saison.
Well, this is interesting. Bachmann looks as if she's getting ready to go again here, which would suggest Fay and Retius may well pass at 4:53. They have done so. Confirmation that Retius and Fay have both passed, and that's why Bachmann's going to have a little longer, because she's the only one attempting this height. She had the full 5 minutes. So obviously, usually you'll have people vaulting in between. So second attempt for Bachmann. What she got? Is it to be? Oh, it is. Oh, it is. 4 meters in 53 centimeters. It's an incredible vault from the Swiss athlete, and that is a lifetime best for her as well. It will push her into the lead simply because the two Norwegians have decided to pass at this height. However, she was right to be patient. I know she was a little frustrated on that first attempt, wasn't she, of the conditions? But that patience has paid off. Well, she had a great year last year qualifying for the European Championships, and she's been going from strength to strength, continuing to develop, and now creeping her way up those world rankings. 4:53. She's guaranteed third. Can she win? Or even get second? Let's see. Things are about to unfold. It's about to get interesting. Here we are. Retius and Fay now will enter. Who's going to go first? 4:58. It's going to be Lea Bachmann again. Is it 4:58? So they're not going to give her too much time in between. She'll have another couple minutes on the runway if she needs it. If she needs to take her time. Well, we're not far off capacity here down on the river in Düsseldorf. Certainly capacity in the standing section alongside. They would have just seen Bachmann, and again there's a balcony looking down. I mean, they've got an expert view, haven't they, really? And then you've got those two temporary stands either side of the runway.
Ein kleiner Zusatz muss erlaubt sein. Es sind ja noch zwei Konkurrentinnen mit drin. Und die werden natürlich da jetzt nicht zugucken, sondern mit eingreifen wollen bei dieser neuen Sprunghöhe, 4,58. Kann also gut sein, dass das noch nicht der letzte Rekord heute war.
Oh, here's Kitty Friel-Fay. You can see her, she's in the red, just prepping herself for 4:58. That's going to be a lifetime best for her. We've already seen Bachmann get one, and that's why, another reason why I think Bachmann was so delighted, because she knew had she gone clear at 53, Not only would it be a PB for her, but also it would start to put the pressure on Faye. And I think Faye, with a similar mindset of that of Bachmann, decided, do you know what, 453, as great as it would be to go clear at that height, it's not going to be a lifetime best. It's a little meaningless at the moment, especially when I can just attack 58. And to go for the bar to go up in 5 centimeter increments is quite small as well. Often you'll see 10 and at least 8 to 10 centimeter increments over the course of a competition. So you get to those bigger heights quite quickly. But it is going to allow for, hopefully, not just Bachmann to lifetime best here today, but also someone like Faye, because it hasn't jumped straight up to a 460 or something like that. How close she was on that one. Came on it fast, didn't she? I think catches it with her shins. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just brushing it on the way up as opposed to coming down on it, which may suggest nearing her limits. Well, Faye's had a good bit of time to prepare for this vault now. They had the 10 minutes or so that Bachmann took to clear 4 meters and 53, and then they've had another 5 or so since then just to get ready. So Regius is ready to go as well. So I wonder how long they're going to wait once that vault clock starts.
Auch sie war noch nie so hoch. 4,55 Bestleistung. 3 Zentimeter mehr, jetzt die Herausforderung.
You can just see there as well, Faye opting for the glove on that right hand as opposed to heaps and heaps and heaps of tack. She may still have tack on it. Here we go. Faye. Oh, wow. Much like Bachmann, just clipping that on the way up as opposed to when they're heading actually over the bar. So they weren't all that close when it came to clearing 458, but it would be a lifetime best for the pair. And then Bachmann already setting her lifetime best, but be another 3 centimeter improvement for Faye there as well.
Marc Osenberg übrigens Tausendsasser im Bereich Stabhochsprung, nicht nur da, aber insbesondere da managt einige der Athleten und ist eben auch zusammen mit
Faye just getting a little bit of intel from her coach. He says another thing which is quite unique about this meeting, they are literally on the side of the runway. They have the best seats in their house and they can have as much or as little interaction as possible with their athletes. The restrictions aren't super harsh in these sorts of conditions. Everything is designed to give the best possible experience for those taking part, those vaulting. Here we are then, the 17 times Norwegian champion. Regius. Good speed, it's technical. Oh, I was going to say it's a technical ability in the air, which is her strength. However, well, it's been 3 for 3 then. 3 failures at 453. 452 won the competition last year. Holly Bradshaw, we know how good she is, former World Olympic medalist. And will it be something similar this year? I mean, Regius has got it in her to soar over this height. But even for her, it will be a season's best this year. So pressure is on. Regius, Bachmann, and Faye. And I tell you what, if Regius and Faye, if neither of them go clear at this height, then Bachmann is going to win the CIRCUS in Düsseldorf, and could that be a winning vault? I mean, it's just staggering. That bar will not come down for this lady. Look at this. It's a carbon copy of 453. She clips the bar on the way over. Look at the bounce. She gives it, but it stays there. And for some reason or another, that bar just didn't come down. A backman relieved and delighted. 458. I mean, that's an 8-centimeter improvement on her lifetime best today. She first cleared 53 and then 58. And like I said, that's a meet record, and there could be a winning jump because the season's best of Retzius is 458, and it would take a lifetime best for Faye in order to stay in this competition. Both of those, Faye and Retzius, passing as well at 453. Serious pressure on them. They've got to go clear at this height. That's obvious. What's the Norwegian got? Silver medalist at the World University Games with 4 meters and 50 centimeters on that occasion. Oh. Well. Just came down on that quite a lot, didn't she? She's going to need more depth to the vault and really just clipping it. With her legs on the way up as well, so perhaps even more height, to be honest. Okay, well, Faye, while she catches up with her coach, Retzius will get ready to go. Here we go. I'm sure many of you recognize the song. It's her song of choice. Builds to the suspense, gets her in the right rhythm. And a lot of it will be down to that, the rhythm they can run at as they approach the takeoff.
Da waren es 50.000 oder mehr im Stade de France. Grob geschätzt beim EUROWINGS Flight Circus.
Here we go.
Aber mindestens genauso laut.
What a career this lady's had so far, and it's only going from strength to strength. She's in her late 20s now, and really, you can compete with the best in the world into your mid to late 30s in the pole vault. It's an event in which you do need just a lot of experience to really execute it. It's just so technical. Not only that, you need to be strong, fast. You need to pull all those physical attributes together. And then be able to get the job done. So, Retzius, the Norwegian star, unchallenged in her country over the pole vault for the last decade. Second attempt, 458. Oh, and it's comfortable. It's an equal lifetime best for her. Season's best, apologies. Getting ahead of myself. It's an equal meet record as well, and we are just getting going here. Wow. Wow, she smashed it. Retzius has just blown over that. Big time performer. Look at the clearance. Pressure was on for me because it wasn't a particularly close failure on her first attempt, and so you did look at it and think she's gonna have to really get it right on the second, because then the pressure does mount up and less time in between. You got to rush your vault a little bit more, but took her time, and yeah, it paid off well. Faye to stay in the competition then. The Norwegian always so close, but hasn't won many in her career. Always there or thereabouts in the top three. Oh, she had it. She had the height. She just lost a little bit of form up in the air there, but unfortunately Faye's gone. 3 failures at 458, and yeah, her teammate Retzius, I'm sure, will acknowledge her, and now the bar will go to 563, but sailed over that. But just came down, and you could see it was really weird, almost just lost. Gravity just pulled her right down. Minute her center of mass was over the bar, it just pulled her.
Und normalerweise so Rekordversuche, Björn, das ist ja eher sowas für dritte Versuche. Jetzt hatten wir bei beiden den Fall, dass sie schon im zweiten...
So that's a shame for Faye.
Kann ja durchaus noch höher gehen.
Norwegian runner-up this year.
4,63 Meter.
4,63 Meter.
World University Games runner-up, and of course, former medalist at European Under-23 Championships.
Auch bei beiden sind da nicht chancenlos.
Sind damit auch nur noch 10 Zentimeter unter der WM-Norm.
Well, the conditions, it's beautifully warm here in Düsseldorf. That's one thing. It is a little blustery, and we have seen it on a couple of occasions. They've just had to be quite patient down there. We're on the riverbank. You can see Menno Vloon, by the way, warming up to the right of picture. He's getting ready to go. The men will vault after. But this competition going on longer than they would have intended, because we have got some stars on our hand. We've got Bachmann, who's got 2 PBs today and equaled the meet record, and well, taken the meet record. And then of course Retius comes along and equals the meet record. So welcome once again, everybody, if you are just joining us.
Schade, aber 2 Versuche verbleiben hier noch.
So now, interestingly enough, due to countback, the lead has been chopping and changing, but Bachmann is now in second just because Retius had that first time clearance of 4:48, whereas Bachmann had 2 failures before she went clear on her third and final attempt. So who'd have thought in that moment, when she was struggling to clear 4:48, she would find herself with 2 lifetime bests and a meeting record and attempting 4:63. And there would have been many times that Bachmann has been in a position where she's actually been able to attempt 63 in a competition. She may have done it in training just to see. But that's the thing, in order to attempt it in a competition, you need to get there, you need to stay in it, you need to go beyond 450, 455.
So, 4,63 Meter jetzt für die Lene Retius.
Okay, Retius. For another season's best. I think Retius will know how important this vault is. This could be the deciding height. We hope it isn't. Retius 4.63 meters, first attempt. Bachmann had a failure. Over to the favorite. Oh, and she does it with ease. And we're going to see more of this woman. It's another meet record. It's another season's best. And she edges closer to her lifetime best. And I think those passes early on in this competition, she passed at 440. She passed at 453. And they have paid off, because when you compare the amount of vaults she's had to do, I mean, she had 2 at 430, 1 at 48, 2 at 58. So that was only her 6th vault of the competition. They reckon it between 8 and 10, 9 and 12, something in that region is going to be your maximum. And so she can almost, I mean, she's going to Just hitting it on the way up and even allowed herself to get a full height before was hitting the barrier there. So she'll sit back, she'll analyze, she'll talk with coach, she'll have 5 minutes or so before she'll have to attempt that third and final vault.
Und das mag wenig klingen, 8 cm, 13 cm, aber Björn, das ist schon ordentlich. Das sind schon kleine Universen bei euch im Stabhochsprung-Universum.
Das auf jeden Fall, zumal zweimal schon seine eigene persönliche Bestleistung zu verbessern, ist natürlich auch vom Kopf nicht so ganz einfach.
So Leah Backman already been here twice before today, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, 2 failures at 48 went clear. First time failure at 53 went clear. First time failure at 58 went clear. It's been the theme of her afternoon.
Von daher, vielleicht finden wir noch ein gutes Windfenster.
Mind you, if it goes clear here, that would be a 13 centimeter lifetime best. And not only that, 18 centimeter season's best, which was 4:45 coming into this one. 29-year-old.
4 Minuten Versuchszeit.
And as you don't know, Düsseldorf, located on the west side of Germany. Right over on the far side. And you It's done, and well, when you walk away with 2 lifetime bests and a meet record, even though it was equaled and then bettered in the same competition, you can't be too disappointed. She thanks the crowd, and do you know what? She'll thank the meet director because they do a phenomenal job here at this competition at the EUROWINGS Flight Circus here in Düsseldorf. Right, ladies and gentlemen, just as I suspected, and you can see Reggie is there, bottom of our screen. She's going to go for it. She's going to go for 473. She knows it's that world championship standard. And she's going to want to box that off. It would take a lifetime best to do it. It would also take another national record to do it. She is the Norwegian national record holder. Here's Retius. Huge points, though, for getting the win here in this fashion. And with the height, she's done it. I mean, only... surprisingly enough, only 13 women who are eligible to go to the World Championships have vaulted 473 or more. And the reason I say are eligible to go to the World Championships because there are multiple Americans who have cleared that 473 standard, however, I just haven't vaulted as high as some of their countrywomen, like the likes of Katie Moon, Amanda Mole, Sandy Morris, Hannah Mole. They're all in the 490s, 480s. However, Regis won't have that problem. She has been the best for the last decade in Norway. She's won every single national title since 2014 for 11 years outdoors. 6 indoors. And perhaps it's the music. She wouldn't have jumped to this all that often. Only in training.
Das ist schon mal ihre Musik. Wir haben natürlich noch ein bisschen Zeit, uns hier ganz gemütlich einzuschunkeln, einzugrooven. Ihr seht, es wird hier gerade noch kontrolliert, es wird eingemessen.
So Line Ronsrud Redius of Norway.
Was für eine Steigerung hier auch beim Flight Circus.
She's ranked 29th in the world, so she is in the quota. 36 athletes will go to the World Championships in all the field events, which is extremely difficult. You can compare that to the 100 meters or so, and 56 are eligible to go compete in the 100. So 20 less athletes when it comes to the pole vault. And you understand it in some ways. Obviously, there's more sprinters. The event really doesn't take that long, so having extra qualifying rounds isn't the end of the world. It won't damage the program too much, whereas they'll certainly just be looking for 2 pulls when it gets to the pole vault, and then of course that final.
Der Männerwettkampf wird sich aller Voraussicht nach ein bisschen nach hinten schieben, denn auch die bekommen eine Stunde Aufwärmzeit und wir haben ja dazwischen noch die Modeshow hier auf unserem Catwalk. Also
I think they've got it ready. They've got the bar ready, and you can see she'll have 6 minutes.
Also eine leichte Verspätung, das kommt bei EUROWINGS normalerweise ja nicht vor.
On the vault clock.
Aber für diese Show nehmen wir gerne eine Verspätung in Kauf.
Well, the music's reaching its climax. Here we go. Lenny Onsrud Regius, first attempt, 473. World Championship standard here at the EUROWINGS Flight Circus in Düsseldorf. We got a slight breeze, but nothing that's affected her so far. 2 seasons best already. Now, for a national record, for a lifetime best and a world champs qualifying mark. Runs through, runs through. Well, we'll have 2 more. As we know, she's the winner here as well, so she'll take home the prize purse. Now, perhaps just needs to relax a little. Chat with coach, let it happen naturally. So many times, the harder you try, almost the worse you do. It's often the way. It's just trusting that you can do it and you can execute. So the men are warming up, I believe.
Und ihr zweitbestes Ergebnis 4,65, die stammen aus dem Jahr 2022. Das ist also schon 3 Jahre her. Und jetzt hat sie zurückgefunden zu dieser Rekordform. Das ist so oder so schon ihr drittbestes Ergebnis.
Well, we're ready to go again, and she didn't need too much recovery in between her vaults, did Regius, just because she ran straight through. The pole vault, a mixture of speed, mobility, gymnastics, power, speed endurance at this stage in the competition as well. It's funny, they do extended sprints to really boost and develop that speed endurance pole vaulters. A lot of weight work as well, a lot of work in the gym. I mean, the positions they get themselves in 4.5 odd meters up in the air is just mind-boggling stuff. Here we go. So that vault clock just working its way down towards 5 minutes. You can see she may well take the allotted 6 in between vaults. You get a bonus minute when you're going for a national record, which she is. She is the national record holder, so going to better her own mark as well. Can you think of a betting setting to have a pole vault competition? You got the balcony up to the left there, 2 temporary stands, a load of people riverside, just unbelievable. You've got to give it to the Germans. I mean, they do put on some great events. World University Games a couple of weeks ago, but you know, when you look at the pole vault itself, I mean, the one they do on the lake there, the Attack-Ergen meeting, they build the pole vault bed onto the water, use scaffold and all sorts to hold it up, but it's just, I mean, imagine just jumping onto onto a big, soft, spongy mattress in the lake there. And I know a lot of the athletes enjoy it. The scenery is absolutely stunning. And that is down right at the south of Germany. That competition right on that Austrian border. So we haven't got eyes on Redius. We suspect she's at the top of the runway, just preparing, visualizing, manifesting what is to come. Will this be a second to last jump of the night, or will she stun the world? And like I said, if she does achieve 473, that will break her into the top 15 in the world right now. Here we go. Ondrude Redius, Norwegian star. Was in Paris for the Olympic Games, although didn't feature in the final.
Wir probieren uns zusammen nochmal am norwegischen Rekord, am EUROWINGS Flight Circus Rekord. 4,73 Meter.
So we're ready. We started this competition with 8 women. We have now whittled it down to just the one. .448, we lost 3 women. That was the most that we lost in one height. 453. We lost Faye, the Norwegian, and now we lost Backman at 68, at 63, and now we are looking at Redius. What can she do? Second attempt. Oh, she's done it. It's unbelievable from Redius. It's a national record. It's a world championship standard. And it's another meet record. We've seen it bettered 4 times today alone. Wow, and look at that. It summarizes the pole vaulting community, doesn't it? They're all congratulating her. It's not a bad bone in these females' bodies, is there? They're all there for one another. They're helping each other out. I mean, look what it means to her and them. And only 12 this year have got that mark. Or in the qualifying window, shall I say. And now, the Norwegian star, the 17 times national champion, has it too. And the crazy thing is, if you're consistent and you jump that in the major championships, you could find yourself in the top 6 or so. She's done. That looks like she's done. Body language suggesting, look, I've got more than what I came for here today. I'm delighted. I'm going to rest up and save my body. I mean, these pole vaulters used to jumping once, possibly twice a week. And in and around that, they're in the gym. They're working on their speed. They're working on their acrobatics, their mobility. And she'll save herself for another competition with those sorts of marks. We're going to see her on a Diamond League circuit. I got no doubt about that. But 473, and there you are. Interestingly, that was her 8th jump of the competition. So her best coming 8 jumps in, and she still had enough energy and enough mental capacity to go for it. Let's look at this back. I mean, that, wow. Room for more as well. Look, ooh, actually, perhaps not. Perhaps not. At her highest, room for more, but then she did come down a little bit. Would have needed a little bit more depth there, but, well, she was the star of the show, wasn't she? Lenny Ondrude Redius. So now that men's pole vault competition, they'll get through their warm-up process. We're going to see they're due to officially start at 5 p.m. local time, and I have a feeling They might bring that forward. Otherwise, we've got a pretty long intermission here before the men get going. Let's hear from the woman of the moment.
This was something for the history books. This was purely amazing. Congratulations again. Nochmal Applaus für unsere alte und jetzt auch neue norwegische Rekordhalterin, Lene Onsrud-Retsius. Lene, I guess Düsseldorf finds a special place in your heart now.
Oh, sorry, I have no breath. Yes. For me, a special day, and to jump in here with this amazing atmosphere, I will remember it forever.
Also sie wird sich für immer daran erinnern, wir uns auch hier in Düsseldorf. Now, you made your way. Record in 2022, then let's say a little dip, then the Olympic final last year, and now you're going to Tokyo with a new record again, and everything is possible. Es ist alles möglich für Tokio. What's your personal plan now?
My personal plan? Continue on this flow I am, and just try to continue to jump high.
Und wir werden dir dabei zuschauen. We'll have a close look at you and we'll cheer you from afar. Wir geben dir alles mit auf den Weg hier aus Düsseldorf nochmal. Alles Gute für unsere Siegerin, Meeting-Rekordhalterin, norwegische Rekordhalterin, Lene Onsrud-Retsius.
Well, it's that simple, isn't it? What's your plans to continue to jump high and extend that national record? I mean, Faye must be inspired, but at the same time going, really? You're making life harder and harder for me to live with you at this stage, but I'm sure in good time, she too will work her way back towards Retsius as one of the best Norwegian jumpers, but there is no question about it for the time being. Retsius is one of the best, not only in Norway, in Europe, in the world. She will head to Tokyo for the World Championships. 18th of those Olympic Games last year in what was a stacked final.
Wir gratulieren der heute 8-Platzierten. 8th today mit 4,15 Metern, 4 meters 15 from the Czech Republic, Nikola Pešlova.
So stadium announcer, obviously just there on the runway, just summarizing the results. And if you only caught the end there, yeah, it is worth pointing out Nikola Pešlova was the Czech athlete. She finished in 8th place. Peter Hossen, the German, in 7th place, clearing 4 meters and 33 failures at 440. Berenice Petit, failure at 448, so actually only cleared 430 as she passed at 440. You had Stocklin, who went clear on a third attempt at 440 and then bowed out at 448. That was a difficult height for a lot of these women. Sydney Horn, failure at 448 as well, after a perfect scorecard till that point, going clear at 440. And then Faye, who we saw late on, the Norwegian, going clear at 448, passing at 53 and failure at 58. And then Leah Backman, with what was a meet record at the time, going clear at 458 and a big lifetime best, but then failing out at 463, and it was the Norwegian Retsius who went from strength to strength at that point and took the win with 473. So we'll enjoy some of these images as these women are congratulated and awarded their certificates of prize money, of course, being a World Tour event.
4,58 Meter. Sie hat den Reigen der Meeting-Rekorde eröffnet. Aus der Schweiz, Lea Bachmann. Und ihr habt es alle miterlebt. Jetzt wollen wir sie nochmal ganz offiziell feiern. 3 Zentimeter mehr als von vor 3 Jahren. 3 Zentimeter mehr für ihren eigenen norwegischen Rekord. Das ist natürlich auch Flight Circus Rekord. Unsere Siegerin aus Norwegen, Lene Onsrud-Retsius. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Es gibt den Ratschläger für alle in klein, dann gibt es den großen Ratschläger für unsere Lene. 1.000 € Preisgeld on top und aus den Händen von Björn Otto, passenderweise in dem Fall von First Officer Otto, der sie heute hier geflogen hat zum norwegischen Rekord, zumindest begleitend mit dabei war. 4,73 Meter. Von ihm gibt es nochmal einen Fluggutschein und ein kleines, feines Päckchen von unserem Partner EUROWINGS. Herzlichen Glückwunsch nochmal an alle.
Well, that wraps up the women's competition here at the EUROWINGS Flight Circus event. And, well, Retius, rightfully so, taking home the rather large check there for a national record, for a meet record, and for a lifetime best. It was a trio of milestones for her, wasn't it? And she is certainly going to be one to watch, still just 29 years of age, Retius. So the men are out there warming up. They're going to be next to vault. We've got about an hour until that competition gets underway. They're due off at 5 p.m. local time. You can see the crowd just sort of dissipating, getting some refreshments, relaxing, and I'm sure they'll be back. So these men will get themselves fired up, go through the drills. They'll have lots of practice vaults as well. And I mean, like I said, we've got 5 of the top 20 in the world this season. It's going to be one hell of a competition. It really is. There's going to be 11 of them, so it's stacked. There's a few more than in that women's competition. And we haven't yet got the scorecard for the men.
Designer aus Düsseldorf. Mit ihren jeweils aktuellen Kollektionen.
So once we do get that scorecard, I will bring it to you because, of course, the women, we knew where that bar was going to go. It started at 4 meters, and in the end, we got all the way up to 473. But it was Retius who, once she cleared 463, she thought, you know what, I need to go for it. It's now or never. 4 meters and 73. What can I do? And actually, she ran through the mat on her first attempt, and it was a second attempt, which was actually really her only attempt, going for planting the pole in the plate there and going for the vault, was enough to go clear. Incredible. So we'll check back in just around about 40 minutes or so's time and start to introduce this men's field. But we have got a little bit of a low on the program now while they warm up. Enjoy watching them warm up, and we'll be back for that men's final here in Düsseldorf for the EUROWINGS Flight Circus competition.
So, und dann, ich weiß, Jungs, ihr wollt ran hier an den Laufsteg. Wir müssen euch noch mal einmal kurz bitten für eine kleine Pause beim Warm-up. So just a quick information for our pole vaulters. We need the catwalk now, not for warm-up, but for a quick fashion show. I know we are late, but we definitely want to give the chance to our 4 fashion designers. So thanks for your understanding and for a quick break with the warm-up, and then the catwalk is all yours right afterwards. Also, Jungs, ganz kurze Pause bitte nochmal für unsere Fashion Show jetzt, und dann gehört der Catwalk gleich wieder ganz unseren Sportlern. Und dann begrüße ich jetzt ganz herzlich die ersten Models, die hier über unseren Laufsteg gehen. Die sind jetzt eingekleidet in der letzten Kollektion, in der neuesten Kollektion von unserem Label Bucarella. Präsentiert von der Designerin Deborah Dominique Bucarella. Und man sieht jetzt dann gleich ganz klar ihre persönlichen Wurzeln in den Designs, ihre brasilianisch-italienischen Wurzeln, die die Ästhetik dieser ganz besonderen Kollektion prägen. Also, los geht's mit Bucarella. Großer Applaus für Bucarella und die Designerin, die uns das mitgebracht hat. Deborah Dominique Bucarella. Deborah, bem-vindos. Tudo bem?
Tudo bem.
Que maravilha. How beautiful. Wie schön, was wir da gerade angucken dürften. Was hat dich inspiriert zu dieser Kollektion?
Zum einen sicher meine Wurzeln, also das ganze Styling ist wirklich sehr stark influenced von meinen Wurzeln, vor allen Dingen Brasilien, darum auch die Musik. Aber es ist so, ich wollte dann auch aufzeigen, dass Basics nicht nur Basics sind, das sind zeitlose Teile, man soll sich wohlfühlen und man kann sie wirklich immer unterschiedlich stylen. Und dadurch wollte ich eine Variante davon zeigen.
Wenn ich mich jetzt für meinen nächsten Brasilienurlaub einkleiden will oder vielleicht auch nur hier fürs Freibad oder für einen Angermunder See, wo finde ich dich denn?
Auf der Webseite bucarella.ch, weil ich bin eigentlich anwohnig in der Schweiz.
Und die Schweizer haben ja heute diesen Laufsteg schon wunderbar genutzt und du hast da toll Anschluss dran gefunden. Wir bedanken uns nochmal ganz herzlich bei dir und auch natürlich, dass du uns diese tolle Kollektion mitgebracht hast und freuen uns schon auf, was alles noch so kommt und schauen uns natürlich die Website an.
Danke vielmals.
Nochmal großen Applaus für Bucarella. Muito obrigado. Deborah Dominique Bucarella aus der Schweiz. Und jetzt freuen wir uns auf eine ganz besondere Kollektion. Die Designerin selbst sagt, hey, eigentlich bin ich nur zur Designerin geworden, weil ich persönliche Bedürfnisse hatte, die ich irgendwie nicht so richtig abgebildet gesehen habe und wollte eben Kleidung schaffen, die bequem, stilvoll und flexibel ist. So wie das Leben von ganz vielen Frauen heute. Und das wollen wir uns jetzt anschauen. Herzlich willkommen, Bianca Walter, mit ihrer Kollektion Me und B.
Look at God, grateful for the love and the peace and the joy inside of me. It don't stop. All the miracles and miracles and miracles and miracles repeat, man. I'm in awe. I'm surrounded by the seraphim and cherubim with wings up on the feet, man. Look at God. You know I'm blessed as can be, blessed as can be. How to say it twice for the G. Let me say something to you. Let me say something to you. Hallelujah, hallelujah. You better dance if the spirit moving through your eyes. Shake it. Let me say something to you. Let me say something to you. Hallelujah, hallelujah. You better dance if the spirit moving through your eyes. Shake it. Look at God. Look at God. Look at God. Sound the trumpets. Oh yeah. Feels real good, you better bump it. I said, can you hear the trumpets? I do. If you feel that good, you need to bump it. Ow. Better believe it. Look at God. Thankful for the pain and the weight that was taken off of me. It don't stop. Amongst the obstacles and obstacles it's possible if you can just believe, man. I'm in awe. I'm surrounded by the seraphim and cherubim with wings up on the feet, man. Look at God. You know I'm blessed as can be, blessed as can be. How to say it twice for the G. Let me say something to you. Let me say something to you. Hallelujah, hallelujah. You better dance if the spirit moving through your eyes. Shake it. Let me say something to you. Let me say something to you. Hallelujah, hallelujah. You better dance if the spirit moving through your eyes. Shake it. Look at God. Sound the trumpets. grateful for the love and the peace and the joy inside of me. It don't stop. All the miracles and miracles and miracles and miracles repeat, man. I'm in awe. I'm surrounded by the seraphim and cherubim, my wings up on the feet, man. Look at God. You know I'm blessed as can be, blessed as can be. Had to say it twice for the G. Let me say something to you. Let me say something to you. Hallelujah, hallelujah, you better dance at the spirit moving through your eyes. Shake.
Und nochmal großen Applaus für Me&B und die Designerin Bianca Walter. Ich habe schon gedacht, du läufst mir davon. Bianca Walter, herzlichen Dank für was du uns mitgebracht heute hast. Und wir sollen in die Richtung schauen. Ist zwar komisch, aber da ist eine Kamera. Na gut, dann gucken wir auch in die Richtung. Hi, herzlich willkommen nochmal hier. Du hast uns was mitgebracht, wo du gesagt hast, hey, irgendwie gibt es das nicht so richtig da draußen, also muss ich mich selber drum kümmern.
Genau. Ich finde, damit es viel zu wenig Frauenmode gibt im Sportbereich, wo frisch, frech, kreativ und vor allem, was ein wichtiges Thema ist, wieder Platz zu schaffen und Sicherheit für den weiblichen Körper.
Und ich glaube, wenn wir jetzt so ein bisschen vorausschauen, es ist schwer, sich das heute vorzustellen. Ich habe auch mit den Models so ein bisschen mitgelitten, denn das war ja schon so ein bisschen Vorausschauen für, ich sag mal, die gemütlicheren Tage vermutlich.
Genau. Es ist für alle Situationen im Alltag halt einfach gebrauchlich.
Genau, und sich auch so ein bisschen schön auf der Couch mal einzumuggeln, oder?
Genau.
Und da freuen wir uns, auch wenn wir da jetzt noch nicht dran denken wollen, trotzdem, es wird ja wieder kommen. Wir freuen uns drauf. Wenn ich mir denn jetzt ein schönes Stück aus deiner Kollektion holen will, wo finde ich das denn?
In meinem Shop www.meundb.ch.
Also, merken, gerne auch direkt auf dem Handy aufrufen und dann gerne einkaufen. Herzlich willkommen nochmal und schön, dass du mit dabei warst und schön, dass du uns das alles mitgebracht hast. Bianca Walter.
Dankeschön.
Euer Applaus nochmal für Bianca Walter und ihre Kollektion Me&B zu finden unter meundb.ch. Und dann freuen wir uns jetzt auf einen ganz anderen Style. Er selbst beschreibt das als Streetwear mit dystopischem Charakter und das Ganze noch inspiriert von Brutalismus. Ich bin gespannt auf das, was er jetzt mitgebracht hat. Wir begrüßen Georgios Papathanassiou. Und Sie brauchen noch ein bisschen zum Umziehen? Kein Problem. Dann warten wir noch ganz kurz drauf. Ich kann euch ein bisschen was noch zu Georgios erzählen. 23 Jahre alt ist er. Wurzeln sowohl hier in Düsseldorf als auch in Griechenland. Und was wir dann gleich sehen werden in seiner Kollektion, ja, das ist eben dieser dystopische Charakter, also viele dunkle Farben. Upcycling spielt eine große Rolle bei ihm, das heißt, es gibt Einflüsse von Militärkleidung, alten Trikots, Gasmasken, Leder, Plastikplane findet man, die da auch eben wiederverwendet wurden, ein neues Leben finden in seinen Kollektionen. Nachhaltigkeit trifft also auf starke Ästhetik und dabei erzählt jedes dieser Teile eine Geschichte von Wandel, Überleben und radikaler Kreativität. Ihr merkt schon, es ist ein Sportmoderator, der hier gerade was zur Mode erzählen soll. Aber ich probiere mein Bestes und ich hoffe, ich kann euch das soweit irgendwie mitgeben. Und es dauert noch ganz kurz. Das heißt, ich sage euch schon mal gleich, wie es weitergeht. Nach der Modenshow natürlich dann das Einspringen der Herren, möglichst schnell. denn dann wollen wir mit dem Wettkampf beginnen. 17 Uhr wird es nicht mehr ganz, also eher vermutlich so 17:30 und noch ein bisschen was on top, hätte ich jetzt gesagt. Aber hey, Sonntag bei so einem Wetter, ihr habt sowieso nichts mehr vor. Also bleibt dann gerne mit dabei. Und wir machen auch hier unten am Mikrofon dann einen fliegenden Wechsel. Björn Otto geht hoch zu den Kollegen von Spontent zum Livestream als Kommentator, Experte. Und ich bekomme dafür Tobi Scherbart, den früheren deutschen Meister, der inzwischen ja hier in Düsseldorf arbeitet, sich um den Sport und die Sportstadt kümmert und heute, so wie letztes Jahr, schon ans Mikro wechselt, zumindest mal für einen Tag. So, und jetzt ist alles bereit. Jetzt also Streetwear mit dystopischem Charakter, inspiriert vom Brutalismus. Wir präsentieren euch die Kollektion von Georgios Papadanassio. Papanathio, der uns hier seine Kollektion mitgebracht hat. So, wir wollen es wirklich bis zum Schluss genießen. Georgios, erstmal herzlich willkommen auf diesem ja etwas anderen Laufsteg. Hast du dir was Besonderes für heute einfallen lassen, um das irgendwie so anzupassen? Was haben wir da heute gesehen?
Naja, angepasst ist es jetzt nicht, ist ja ein Sportevent hier, aber ich habe hier teilweise meine Bachelor-Kollektion vorgestellt und ein paar Projekte, die danach halt entstanden sind. Ich habe mich hier ein bisschen von Nachhaltigkeit inspirieren lassen, viele Sachen versucht neu zu interpretieren und ja, ich hoffe, das ist mir gelungen.
Auf jeden Fall, ich glaube, wir sind alle begeistert. Haben wir auch im Applaus nochmal vorher mitbekommen. Du hast gerade gesagt, das ist Bachelorarbeit gewesen, also du bist quasi noch auf dem Weg hin zum großen Designer.
Ja, richtig. Also ich selber habe jetzt keine eigene Brand oder so. Ja, ich habe meinen Bachelor jetzt im Februar fertig gemacht und seitdem kleinere Freelance-Arbeiten gemacht oder Projekte für mich, aber eigene Brand habe ich noch nicht. Nee.
Das heißt, man kann dich auch noch nicht kaufen?
Nee, also meine Arbeit schon. Ich arbeite für andere, aber nee, Kleidung von mir nicht. Nee.
Wir sind ganz gespannt, wie du deinen weiteren Weg gehst. Vielen Dank, dass du das heute mitgebracht hast und nochmal deinen Applaus.
Dankeschön für die Möglichkeit.
Euer Applaus nochmal für Georgios Papanathio, unserem Designer hier aus Düsseldorf. Und ein vierter Designer hat seine Mode hier mitgebracht. Während sich umgezogen wird, darf ich ihn euch schon mal kurz vorstellen. Sein Name ist Joel Jodar, 28 Jahre jung. Er ist bereits ausgebildeter Modedesigner mit Diplom und hat seine eigene Marke bereits gegründet, seine Marke Yoda. Alles handgemacht, nachhaltig und mit ganzem Herz hier aus Düsseldorf. Für ihn ist Mode tatsächlich pure Leidenschaft und das spiegelt auch jede seiner Kollektionen wider. Mode für ihn ist weit mehr als nur Kleidung. Sie soll Ausdruck von Persönlichkeit sein, Emotionen und der inneren Haltung. Wie sich das Ganze darstellt, das sehen wir jetzt mit Joel Yoda und seiner Marke Yodar. Applaus für Joe Yoda und seine Kollektion aus seiner eigenen Marke Yoda. Wir drehen uns schon mal Richtung Kamera passenderweise, dann ist das auch auf dem Screen und im Stream. Oh Gott, sagt er da. Hey, 28 Jahre jung und du sagst, alles handgemacht, was wir da gerade gesehen haben. Wie machst du das?
Tatsächlich einfach von der Planung bis hin zur Umsetzung und das meistens in kürzester Zeit, wo ich selber nicht dran glaube.
Jetzt hatten wir Georgios ja gerade schon bei uns. Du bist ja schon einen Schritt weiter. Du hast dein Diplom, hast schon deine eigene Marke. Das heißt, man kann dich auch schon finden und kaufen.
Genau, tatsächlich schon. Die Sachen jetzt nicht, weil grundlegend eigentlich Show-Sachen sind, aber sonst alles halt eben auf limitierte Art. Genau.
Das sagst du mir jetzt. Jetzt hatte ich mir eigentlich, wir hatten alle, die ganzen Jungs, die haben gesagt, boah, der Hoodie gefällt uns richtig gut. Gibt es den denn irgendwann mal?
Man kann es auch gerne bei mir bestellen.
Okay, wir sprechen da nochmal mit D-Live dann und schauen mal, was wir mit einem guten Deal machen können. Das heißt, wo findet man dich am besten und wo kann man dich kaufen?
Am besten auf der Webseite Yoda Poststore.
Okay, das schreiben wir uns alle nochmal auf und haben heute gelernt, Düsseldorf kann richtig gut Mode, dank dir auch. Herzlichen Dank nochmal, Joe Yoda.
Danke, danke.
Und natürlich allen unseren Designern, großen Applaus nochmal, auch für unsere Models, die sich teilweise hier schon in Herbst-Winter-Kollektion präsentiert haben und dementsprechend, ja, ich sage mal, ein bisschen geschwitzt haben. So, das war unsere Modenshow im Rahmen unseres EUROWINGS Flight Circus. Wir machen eine kleine Zwischenlandung jetzt, kleine Pause. Die Jungs dürfen jetzt zurück auf den Steg, haben jetzt eine Stunde Warm-up. Das heißt, ist Marc Osenberg gerade irgendwo in der Nähe? Halb? Okay. Entschuldigung, ich hätte auch Cora fragen sollen, nicht dich. Also, 17:30 Uhr geht's weiter mit dem nächsten Wettkampf, mit der Entscheidung bei den Herren. Wir freuen uns, wenn ihr dann wieder mit dabei seid. Ihr könnt natürlich auch jetzt schon mit dabei bleiben, euch das Warm-up ansehen und dann sehen wir uns pünktlich. 17:30 Uhr. Bis gleich.
energy on the dance floor that I think has, helped house music completely thrive from there. There's definitely like the leftover hippie vibes from the 60s and 70s, I think. It's just a great place to go out. There's something going on every night of the week, and people there are fun. It's just, I love it.
San Francisco, where's your disco?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the EUROWINGS Flight Circus meeting in Düsseldorf. We've had a little intermission where we witnessed an incredible fashion show, actually, which is unusual to witness such things at a pole vault competition. But they do things differently here in Germany, and boy, does it pay off, because the crowd love it, the locals love it, and of course, those athletes as well. It just adds to the atmosphere that they're competing in. And it gave the men a chance to just go through their warm-up routine and get ready for their competition off at 5 o'clock. We saw a fantastic women's competition, which concluded just an hour or so ago now. And, well, it was Retius of Norway, the Norwegian 17 times Norwegian champion, who came out victorious and a huge meet record, a 20-centimeter meet record, 4 meters and 73 centimeters. It bettered her own national record of 470, and crucially, it was a World Championship qualifying mark of 4 meters and 73. She equaled that mark, which put her inside the top 15 in the world this year, and only one of 13 athletes to have got that mark in that qualification window. So congratulations to her, and if that's anything to go by, we are in for a treat on this men's side. 5 of the top 20 athletes in the world will contest this men's competition today, with 13 of them set to line up. And as for 590 plus jumpers, we have 4 of them. Lida Beheri, the German, 590, his lifetime best. Matt Ludwig, also a 590 vaulter. Baptiste Thierry, 591, his best. Huge performance from him this year to get that mark. It came almost out of nowhere. He did vault that back in the indoor campaign, though. And then, of course, Menno Vloon, who is just so consistent. He really is in his prime at the moment, a 31-year-old from the Netherlands. He's their national record holder. He's the Dutch champion once again in 2025 last weekend, vaulting 580. And he heads the lineup, really. Despite the lifetime best being very, very tight, Vloon does seem to just come out on top. He knows how to win on the World Tour circuit. So let's see what he can do. So conditions are fantastic. I mean, it's beautifully warm here in Düsseldorf. We're on the riverbank of the River Rhine. And there is a slight breeze. You can see those flags just fluttering, but not enough to affect the vaulters, really. And, of course, just all temporary mats, temporary runway here. Wow, that was speed. Was that Vloon warming up? Shot over the mat there. So we'll have these athlete introductions to you very, very shortly. And I'll get them going. That announcer, the crowd now starting to find their place as well. It's absolutely packed for the women's event. And I'm sure it will be for the men. You've got that balcony up to the right of picture. You can see they have an awesome view looking down over the pole vault. Those are obviously at event height. Down to the left as well on the riverbank. Then you have got 2 temporary stands, one at the end here and one out of shot. As you can imagine where the camera is placed, that's roughly where the temporary stand will be at the other end of the runway. So it's just trapped inside a sort of rectangular fans here, which is just incredible. The atmosphere was really rocking for that women's event. We expect it to be the same for this men's event. Your 2024 winner, Ethan, come on. 5 meters and 65 centimeters on that occasion. I mean, I think Bergander, by the way, was second as well with 565, joined second, but I think they're going to vault way, way higher than that today. I mean, I would be stunned if 565 wins this competition, but you never know. And seeing pole vault in rather unusual locations outside of a stadium is, well, some might argue it's a relatively new thing. It has been going on for 5, possibly more years now, and it's really changed the game when it comes to pole vault. It's revolutionized it, really. I mean, this is how you want to consume a pole vault competition. Actually, outside the stadium, the fans are on top of you. The coaches, you'll see, they'll have license to roam down there as well, interact with their athletes. They'll have the best view. The athletes are accessible for the media as well. There'll be interviews, and each athlete will hammer down the runway to their own song as well. It's a rather unique experience here. And I know vaulters themselves love vaulting in this environment, and many of them actually prefer vaulting in these sorts of environments than even in a stadium at a Diamond League event, let's say, and it's purely just because of the access to the crowd and the atmosphere that can drive up in just this small little setting. And we've seen some marvelous settings as well. I mean, since it became common ground to see pole vault pop up in train stations, on riversides like this, or even on a lake, there's an amazing competition. The Rottach-Ergen meeting, which is in the south of Germany, just on that Austrian border, and they'll have the runway on the land there, and the pole vault bed is actually propped up on the water. It is just staggering. And it is just a beautiful setting, and many athletes claim it as one of their absolute favorites. And of course, we've even seen, indoors, the likes of Mondo Duplantis, Le Villani, they're putting on their own meetings now, and they're attracting the best. It is an awfully tight-knit bunch, pole vaulters. They spend so much time. I mean, these men have spent the best part of 2 hours with each other just down there warming up. They'll proceed to spend another 2 or 3 hours competing with each other. And then, of course, probably go back to the same hotel tonight before setting off on their travels tomorrow to another competition on the European circuit. We're about 2 or 3 weeks out from the European season closing down, if you like, before all eyes turn to Tokyo and the World Championships. Of course, that gets underway on the 13th of September. And we're 5 weeks out now. Pretty much every nation's national championships has taken place, and the teams are beginning to be selected, although that World Championships qualifying window will close on the 24th of August, so a couple of weeks for athletes still to hit that qualifying mark. That's why it was so special to see Retzius hit that auto Q of 473, despite being in that world ranking spot. The men's auto Q of 5 meters and 82 centimeters. We've got a number of men who have already got that in this field today, which shows you the quality. I mean, 36 men will go to the World Championships. But to put that 582 into context, just how many, only 19 have achieved that mark in the qualifying window, which is pretty much which opened on the 1st of August 2024. So it did include the Olympic Games action last year. For those sort of on the cusp, it's always a little bit of a relief when they get that standard and they haven't got to stress too much going into that next year. You haven't got to go out and chase it and force it. And you can also prepare and peak for the major championships, which of course is in September this year. So you could just delay the start this season when you open things up, because you already have that standard. You haven't got to rush into things, and you haven't got to fight for world ranking points either. But many of these men as well, surprisingly, would have got their standard indoors. And I say surprisingly, it's becoming more and more common now that actually people are vaulting much, much higher indoors than they do outdoors. And one of the biggest factors for that is, of course, the conditions. So you can see, interestingly, one of these warm-up drills where they hammer down the runway and just roll through, conserving their energy. Just getting used to pretty much that plant, but nothing else. So Baganda Lita Baheri will be the German attraction in this one today. There's a few other Germans in here, Gillian Ladvik and Hendrik Müller also in the competition. Müller, the lowest ranked seed, 5 meters and 50 centimeters, his season's best this year. He is the world junior champion from last year. He has age on his side, does Müller, and he does have a bright future. Unfortunately, no heighted at those German championships just last weekend, but he'll learn from that, I'm sure. And I think he's going through a little bit of a transition period. It's been an up and down year for him. Points-wise, when we look at the world rankings, 1,200 points will see you qualify for Tokyo, which is extremely high. When they first introduced the world ranking points, anything around about that 1150, 1160, possibly a bit higher, would book your spot at the World Championships or Olympic Games. And now, 1,200 points is the marker, really. So the way world ranking points are scored, I'm sure many will be familiar with it, but a lot of it is down to your results score. Let's say you come here and you jump 5 meters, 75. You'll get, just plucking a number out the air here, 1,100 points, let's say. But of course, where you place, especially in a competition like this, a World Tour event, is awfully important because you will get bonus points for where you place within the competition. If you win, you could get something like 80 bonus points in a meet like this. If you come second, obviously 60, and then third, possibly 40. So you can see how your points quickly add up when you get these good place scores. And the higher the level of the meeting, the higher the place score, basically. And it's why you'll see the likes of, you know, Mondo Duplantis. I know he wins everything, but have an incredibly high world ranking score. And the big reason for that is purely because, you know, not only will he jump 6 meters plus, but he'll also get 150 points for winning a European Championships or something, and that will go to his world rankings. They take the average of your 5 best performances as well, World Athletics. So everyone will often have, out of 5 competitions, one which is much weaker and will lower their margins and lower their average. And so it's just about the best 5 competitions that you can have, and these men will know that coming into today. Can they wipe off that low score they've got in their 5?
So what we're gonna do now is get into that bounce. Here we go.
So I make it. This competition was set to go at about 5 o'clock local time. We're just past that now, so these men just still warming up. I think we might be another 10-20 minutes until we fully get going here. So I'll be on standby until these men are introduced and the event gets underway here in Düsseldorf.
So, Düsseldorf, herzlich willkommen zurück zum EUROWINGS Flight Circus. Wir begrüßen euch nochmal hier an der Rheinpromenade. Schön, dass ihr wieder mit dabei seid oder vielleicht gerade erst zu uns gestoßen seid. Am Mikrofon für euch Tobi Scherbert, ehemaliger deutscher Meister im Stabhochsprung, inzwischen, darf ich das sagen, im Sportamt für den Sport mitverantwortlich in der Sportstadt Düsseldorf. So viel Sport in einer Anmoderation. Sehr schön. Also Tobi ist bei mir, mein Name ist Florian Weber und ich freue mich, dass wir euch durch dieses Programm jetzt wieder führen dürfen und begleiten dürfen. Was wir bei den Damen schon gesehen haben, hat überzeugt. Wer war mit dabei? Wer hat den Damen-Wettkampf schon gesehen? Kurz mal Handzeichen. Wunderbar. Ja, gut. Unser Kampfgericht. Schön, dass ihr auch nach dem Eisessen wiedergekommen seid. Ihr hättet euch ja einfach einen schönen Tag in der Altstadt machen können, ne? Genau. Also 4,73 Meter, neuer norwegischer Rekord. Das ist ein großes Ausrufezeichen hier gewesen. Und dementsprechend wissen wir, dieser Steg, der kann was, Tobi. Und der kann jetzt hoffentlich dann auch was für die Jungs.
Ja, absolut. Wir haben ein absolutes Weltklassefeld hier. Also mit 3 nationalen Rekordhaltern. 9 von den 11 Springern sind schon für die WM dieses Jahr qualifiziert. Müssen nur noch die nationalen Verbände entscheiden, wer dann letztendlich fahren darf. Ja, und 5 Olympiateilnehmer. Also wir können auf jeden Fall viel erwarten.
Ja, und die Vorleistungen sind auch gut, ne? Hast du gerade gesagt, die Normen sind erfüllt bei vielen. Es kann also auch einen neuen Rekord hier geben. Der alte von letztem Jahr, 5,65. Der hat bei den Mädels, war der heute flupsch weg. Und ich hoffe, bei den Jungs passiert das Gleiche. So Richtung 5,80. Ich lege das jetzt einfach mal fest. Das wäre eine schöne Richtung, oder?
Ja, ich denke, alles außer kein neuer Meetering-Rekord wäre eine kleine Enttäuschung, denke ich mal. Wir haben super Wetter. Klar, der Wind kommt aktuell ein bisschen noch von vorne, aber ich bin ganz optimistisch, dass er sich noch beruhigen wird. Und dann, wir haben Topspringer am Start, die kennen sich mit solchen Bedingungen aus und Sonne scheint, Publikum ist da. Aber auf euch, Publikum, kommt es natürlich an, dass ihr die Springer hier über die Höhen treibt, mit rhythmischen Klatschen. Die Songs geben den Rhythmus vor oder die Springer selbst. Also auch eure Mithilfe ist gefragt.
Ja, und das ist tatsächlich nochmal wichtig. Ich habe ja einen Experten hier, aber vielleicht habt ihr euren eigenen Taschenexperten nicht mit dabei. Das heißt, wir geben euch vielleicht nochmal so 2, 3 Sachen mit auf den Weg, was vielleicht ganz gut zu wissen ist für Stabhochspringen. Wer ist denn zum ersten Mal bei einem Stabhochsprung-Event oder bei einem Stabhochsprung-Wettkampf? Ah ja, schau, gibt schon so ein paar Rookies. Also, kurz ein paar grundlegende Informationen, Tobi. Das ist der Anlaufsteg, das ist die Latte, die da oben liegt. Die liegt jetzt bei 5,10 Meter aktuell, also Einstiegshöhe 5,10 Meter. Was gibt es sonst noch Wichtiges zu wissen?
Ja, man hat 3 Versuche pro Höhe und ich meine, die meisten stehen hier beim 3. Versuch, müssen alle aufstehen oder noch mehr. Auch die Tribünen natürlich, die Nord- und die Südtribüne hinter uns, die fordern natürlich auch auf, dann aufzustehen für die 3. Versuche und damit die Energie einfach ins Unermessliche gesteigert wird und die Athleten drüber getragen werden.
Genau das. Man kann auch auslassen, man muss nicht jede Höhe springen, ne? Also man kann sich seine Versuche auch aufheben, aber dazu dann später mehr. 1 Minute Versuchszeit, vielleicht noch wichtig zu wissen, innerhalb dieser 1 Minute muss der Anlauf begonnen sein, also der Versuch irgendwie begonnen sein, also zumindest mal die Richtung Anlage genommen sein. Ja, und sonst alle Infos hier eigentlich auch auf unseren Screens, auch auf dem großen Fernseher und natürlich dann auch von uns teilweise nochmal, soweit wir das können. Nochmal herzlich willkommen, schön, dass ihr mit dabei seid. Und jetzt wollen wir euch unsere Jungs so langsam aber sicher vorstellen. Während unsere Schiedsrichterin hier gerade die Jungs auch aufreiht, ein ganz besonderer Applaus. Noch nicht für Tobi, du musst erst noch ein bisschen ran, aber für die hier ja nicht nur heute, sondern auch gestern schon auf der Anlage standen, die das hier alles aufgebaut haben und die heute für einen fairen Wettkampf sorgen. Ein Riesenapplaus für alle ehrenamtlichen Helferinnen und Helfer. Unser Kampfgericht, vielen, vielen Dank, dass ihr hier mit dabei seid und das wie immer professionell macht. Wenn die das richtig gut machen, gibt es vielleicht sogar noch mal einen Sonderapplaus für unsere Lattenaufleger. Das ist nämlich ein ganz besonders harter Job, insbesondere bei den Jungs. Genau, könnt ihr schon mal vorweg, gibt schon mal ein bisschen Vorschusslorbeeren. Ihr seht das dann gleich, warum. Ja, Genau, starres Genick, weil man die ganze Zeit nach oben gucken muss und Rücken hat man auch noch automatisch. Also vielen Dank für euer persönliches Opfer und jetzt sind Sie, glaube ich, aufgestellt und wir wollen Sie hier bei uns begrüßen für den EUROWINGS Flight Circus 2025. Haben wir uns wirklich keine Kosten und Mühen scheuen lassen. Es sind alle dabei, die aktuell hier was zu sagen haben. Und dann darf natürlich auch, Nachwuchs kann man jetzt fast bei ihm gar nicht mehr sagen, aber ein junger Wilder ist er auf jeden Fall. Letztes Jahr in Lima, in Peru, da holte er sich den U20-Weltmeistertitel und jetzt ist er wieder bei uns mit dabei. Vom TSV Bayer Leverkusen, herzlich willkommen, Hendrik Müller.
Und als nächstes der Vorjahressieger hier beim EUROWINGS Flight Circus, Ethan Comont aus Frankreich.
Noch ganz gemütlich beim Frühstück heute Morgen gesprochen. Er sagt, er ist noch nicht ganz da, wo er sein will. Aber heute in Düsseldorf, da will er das ändern. Der finnische Meister, Yrjö Kunjanpää.
Letzte Woche in Dresden deutscher Meister geworden. Vom Schweriner SC, Giljan Ladwig.
Wir begrüßen aus Grenoble, aus den französischen Alpen, einen, der das Stabhochspringen schon in die Wiege gelegt bekommen hat. Sein Papa war schon erfolgreicher Stabhochspringer, plus 5,90 Meter. Er ist ganz knapp dran, sich für Japan, für Tokio, für die Weltmeisterschaften zu qualifizieren. Aktuell Rang 37 der Weltrangliste. Er muss auf Rang 36 und das kriegen wir heute zusammen hin. Mit unseren Franzosen, mit Mathieu Collet.
Ja, und der nächste ist bereits für die WM in Tokio qualifiziert. Er ist Dritter der US-Trials geworden mit einer Bestleistung von 5,90 Meter aus den USA, Matt Ludwig.
Ein Rekordhalter aus unserem Nachbarland Belgien. 5,85 Meter. Der 7. der Weltmeisterschaften kommt zu uns aus Leuven. Ben Broders.
Als nächstes auf dem Anlaufsteg aus Frankreich, der 9. der EM vom Vorjahr mit einer Bestleistung von 5,91 Meter aus Paris, Baptiste Thierry.
Gehen die Weltmeisterschaften in die Hauptstadt der Volksrepublik China, nach Peking. Er ist einer der Hoffnungsträger jetzt schon dafür, hat sich bravourös präsentiert bei den Hallen-Weltmeisterschaften, ist der Vize-Asienmeister aus China, Huang Bokai.
So, jetzt, liebe Zuschauer, jetzt will ich mal richtig Lärm hören. Der nächste Springer, den wir vorstellen, startet nicht nur für Düsseldorf, sondern er ist auch in Düsseldorf geboren. In Düsseldorf-Flingern. Er ist Vize-Europameister und deutscher Hallenmeister. Hier ist Bokanda Lita Bere.
Und last but not least, auch er hält den Rekord bei sich zu Hause. Der fliegende Holländer mit 5,96 Metern, der Hallen-Europameister, einer der Favoriten hier auf den Sieg aus den Niederlanden, Menno Floon. Wir sagen nochmal herzlich willkommen, bienvenue, welcome to Düsseldorf und natürlich viel Erfolg den Jungs. Noch ein Foto. Genau. Da haben wir sie alle zusammen. Ein vielversprechendes fällt für diesen Männerwettkampf. Und der Einstieg dann bei 5,10 Metern.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there are your introductions of the men that we're going to have competing here at the EUROWINGS Flight Circus meeting. It's been a rather long interval from the women who competed earlier on this afternoon until these men. We were due to get going at 5 p.m., however, slightly delayed. 5 p.m. local time, that is, slightly delayed, so about half an hour behind schedule, but we'll get going very, very shortly. They've been thorough through their warm-up. Conditions are near perfect here. We're on the bank of the River Rhine, as you can see, and this is not too far away from where the World University Games were hosted just a couple weeks ago now. What a fantastic competition that was in Germany. Large multi-sport event. However, of course, track and field being the highlight for so many on that occasion. And look, whenever there is global championships or a main event in Germany, they know how to put on a show. And look at the crowd that we've got turning out for this one on the riverbank here in Düsseldorf. And we've got crowd to the left, as you can see, literally right alongside the runway. Then you've got the two stands either end of the runway, temporary stands, of course. And then you have a beautiful balcony setting, which is up towards the left of picture as we look at it now, which looks down on the runway, and of course the pole bed and bar. So those guys have got a great view up there. I mean, there's not a bad seat in the house, really, is there? So here we go then, 11 men to contest this pole vault competition here this afternoon, and we'll be here into the evening, no doubt. That World Championship standard, 5 meters, 82 centimeters. For a little bit of context, it is often a marker of world class. Just 19 men have it this year. Hendrik Müller on the runway, first to go, 5 meters, 10 centimeters. Clips it with his shins on the way up, but first attempt, he won't mind too much. And something a little different here. Every single athlete will have their favorite song on the runway as they approach the bar. Almost like a walkout song. It's a fight song. It's a war chant, if you like. So the crowd will be excused. They won't have to clap and in rhythm. In order to aid these athletes down, they've just got to bring the atmosphere and keep things fired up. So then Hendrik Müller, the young German, the world junior champion, by the way, for the Bayern Leverkusen club, wearing those red colors. I mean, he's a fantastic talent. 2024 was a slightly kinder year to him when he won that world junior title out in Lima, Peru. Compared to this year, I mean, he no-highted at the German championships just a week ago, so a hard lesson learned there. And a slightly disappointing European under-23s. Didn't make the final on that occasion either. Vaulted 5 meters in 15 centimeters then. So for one reason or another, just hasn't been able to get it together come the major championship this year, but he did last year. So a different dynamic going in against, you know, some very, very accomplished, experienced senior athletes. But he's got time. When you look at some of the ages, I mean, Menno Bloom, who is arguably the favorite here tonight, 31 years of age. So Müller's got a good 10 years. So he'll go again. It looks like no one is going to enter the competition as low as 5'10". That's not taking anything away from Müller. But it is simply to say that the others are going to come in at probably 5:30, which is going to be that next item. Yeah, just full confirmation they've all passed. So Hendrik Müller to go again, 5'10". More than capable. Oh, that's better. Nice. Good solid vault from him. He was pretty much spot on in the air, wasn't he? The way he held his body, used it to just arch himself over that bar. So as you can see, the bar will shift straight to 5 meters and 30. It is Müller who will kick things off again in that next round. It will then go up in 10 centimeter increments from there, all the way till it reaches 5 meters and 70. And then I think the business end of the competition will come, and the next height will be 576, 582, 588, 593. And hey, if we get to 593, it's going to be on these guys to see what they want to do. I mean, that is PB territory for every single person in the field, bar Menno Bloon, who has that 596. We saw 3 meet records in the women's competition, if that's anything to go by. Regius, Line Jonsrud Regius of Norway was absolutely phenomenal. 473, which was at World Championship standard. She achieved it, the 17 times Norwegian champion. Can you believe it? She'd won 11 straight outdoor titles in Norway. The Olympic finalist.
Sobald eingemessen ist, weil das Ganze back-to-back ist, also direkt hintereinander, kriegt ein bisschen mehr Versuchszeit.
So we'll be looking for a high 580, 590, somewhere in that region. I think that's going to be enough today. A lot of these men bouncing back off of their national championships, which everyone pretty much had last weekend. Another man who no-heighted at those national championships. Might have just seen him walking around down there. German legend, by Gandalita Beheri. 590 his best, but yeah, but very, very unfortunate no height last week. And he's accustomed to them. He really is. I mean, he's had 5 this year alone. Lisa Beheri, which is unusual. A 1 or 2 in a season is a disappointing result for 5. So he can be inconsistent, but on his day, he's one of the best, and he's one to look out for. His lifetime best dates back to 2022, when he got that silver medal at the European Championships in Munich. Again, another example of the show they could put on here in Germany. It really is. I mean, the Berlin Europeans was fantastic. Follow that up with Munich in 22. And perhaps they'll be tempted for an Olympic Games soon. Of course, LA will roll around pretty quick. You know, the year post the Olympic Games is always an interesting one. We start to see some new faces show themselves and start to put themselves in the driving seat going into that next Olympic cycle, getting fans and brands excited out there. So Hendrik Müller, apologies, just chalking up there. You can see him, bottom right of the picture. Looking forward to seeing Baptiste Thierry line up as well. 591 this year came indoors. I mean, just streaks ahead of his next best jump. 16 centimeter improvement for the Frenchman. French vaulting in a fine place, just like every event. You see the power and the impacts in Olympic Games on a nation. I mean, France are just dominating. Hendrik Müller, first attempt, 530. This would be a good mark for him. Okay. Work to be done. He's clipped out with his heels. Soles of his feet on the way up.
20 cm Steigerung ist natürlich schon immer ein Wort für so einen jungen Athleten, aber hat auch in dem Bereich genügend Erfahrung, und dass ich denke, dass das heute noch schaffen wird.
I think he got his feet up and over it. Then it was his shins, which, shins just clipped that one. Will happen pretty fast. So I'm Matt Seddon. I'm going to be a commentator throughout the afternoon, probably into the evening, knowing the caliber of field that we've got here and the men on offer. And I think we could well be here for the next couple of hours.
Aus Finnland, finnischer Meister und hat dieses Jahr
Uhu Kiampa of Finland, World University Games champion. 2 years ago now, and he is the Finnish champion, of course, as well. He's the best to do it in that country at the moment, unchallenged, really. Kiampa, 570 this year, his lifetime best and season's best, so 530 is rather routine for this man. He's had a good taste in a few Diamond Leagues already. This, World Tour, he'll now be getting comfortable to this level. So every athlete, you will notice, will have a different tune for them on the runway to get them in the mood, and It's something we don't see on the circuit in traditional Diamond League or World Tour settings when these guys will jump inside a stadium. Just creates for a fantastic atmosphere. Everything designed to aid these athletes. First attempt. Okay, little sluggish from
so wie ich das
Kiampa.
sehe, hat er wirklich kurz vorm Einstich noch eine Windböe von vorne bekommen und mit der konnte er hinten noch nicht rechnen.
Well, he just didn't look on it from the offset, did he, Kiampa there? Just a little slow going in and just, yeah, for one reason or another. Couldn't transfer that speed and power into soaring himself up into the air and over the bar there. So failure for him at 5:30. Julian Ludwig, who is one of 3 Germans in this field today. Ludwig, his PB of 5:72 dates back to 2022. Interestingly enough, despite the level of someone like Lida Beheri, he was the German champion this year. 5:65. Oh, he had Petershofen on the women's side, the German champion there. 4 meters and 20 to win that German title. So rather bizarrely, and even a winning mark of 5:65 for Ludwig to win the German title is very modest, you could say. And a modest first attempt for him as well there. Failure of 5:30.
Getroffen werden müssen, wie ich vom Trainer höre, Michael Kühnke, Bundestrainer für den deutschen.
So work to be done. Mathieu Collet will go next as he enters the competition at 5:30. We could see the hole. So there's a few men who are passing, and you won't be surprised to hear that Ben Broders is going to pass at 5:30. So is Baptiste Thierry. So is Bakai Huang of China. So is Lita Beheri of Germany. And last but not least, Benno Vloon is also passing at 5:30. I have a feeling we might not see someone like Vloon until about 5:50, possibly 5:60. So things will get interesting. Here goes Collet. From a pole vaulting family, this man. Father coaches him. He's the brother of Thibaut Collet, who has vaulted 591 this year. However, Thibaut did lose to Le Villani at the French Championships, who's had a resurgence. First attempt for Mathieu Collet. Easy. Very, very smart vaulting. Well, so far he's probably gone for the most upbeat music as well, hasn't he? The fast pace, it got him over that speed, is his strength on the runway. Oh, yes. And I wonder, now he's got 5:30 under his belt, he may look, possibly, to pass the 5:40 mark and go straight to 5:50. He has got a season best 5:72, just 2 centimeters shy of his lifetime best 5:74, the 30-year-old. Next vault is Matt Ludwig. Towering American. Lifetime best of 5:90 from 2020 season indoors before everything locked down at COVID. Pan American Games champion, though, coming out the other side of COVID in 2023. This guy was second at the US Champs recently. What a performance that was for him. 5:83. On that occasion, he was joint with Kendricks as well. A bit of a shock, that American Championship, some of the results. Such a competitive team. The amount of 6-meter men who are missing out. Well, here goes Ludwig. You can see the vault clock there in grey, counting down towards 0. He's going to be just fine. First attempt, 5:30, should be routine. It is. Good vault from Ludwig. Well, he really is just engaging at the crowd there, isn't he? He's giving him a good wave. He's chuffed with that, and I think he's probably just a bit relieved. They've been warming up down there for a considerable amount of time, these men. We had a fashion show in between the women's and the men's competition here in Düsseldorf.
So, wir gehen in die zweiten Versuche. Also, wir brauchen das Publikum noch mehr.
So, Lida Beheri, Benno Vloon, you can see them walking back. I think they've just had a discussion with the officials to say we're in on the next round, or we're past until 5:50. Here goes Muller, second attempt, 5:30. Well, it was better than his first, wasn't it? So he's getting there. He just needs to give this one everything if he wants to stay in this competition. Just a one clearance for him at 5'10". Well, it's always tough for a junior when you have such an incredible season like you did, winning that World Junior title. Really announcing yourself as the future of the sport. I feel like it could be quite a tricky winter. There's quite a lot of pressure on yourself. You achieve such success, and then often you look to see what you could change and build on. And sometimes you can end up overcomplicating. Not to say Muller's doing that at all. I have no insight on his setup over there in Germany, but you know, one can't help but notice that didn't quite get it right at the German champs or European Under-23 championships. Well, Chiampa really bringing the atmosphere, isn't he? What a song choice for this man. Athletes' personalities shining through a little bit with their song choice. Second attempt. He was a little sluggish on attempt one, wasn't he? Didn't actually get up over the bar. He's taking his time. That whole clock is ticking. Here he goes. Good plant. Oh, okay. So looking at that, you would definitely say he's going to go clear on his third attempt. He was much, much closer. It was a big improvement on his first. However, long way off. Long way off his PB at 570. Chiampa, interestingly enough, he's ranked 27th in the world right now on the road to Tokyo. So that's when you take out just the 3 per nation rule. So you just include a maximum 3 athletes per nation. He's a little bit lower down because obviously France have just got so many incredible vaulters. South America mainly. Even the likes of Germany, but yeah, so Chiampa, this is important for him to come here and get some good points on the board when it comes to world rankings. You're given a result score, so let's say you jump 550, you might get 1,100 points, and then you get given a place score to go on top of that. Your place score is the bonus points, and that's where you can really start to bump your way up the rankings. You win a competition like this, you could be looking at 80 bonus points, which make all the difference to add on top of your results score. It's World Athletics' way of trying to encourage competition. But you know, you could start to probably talk about some questions like, has it backfired? Has it, because those standards, as world standards, have got harder and harder and harder? Have people still fixated? You know, you give them a target, they fixate on it, and they want to just tick off the auto qualifying. Ludwig with his second attempt. Oh my goodness. I mean, how has he knocked that bar off? He was so far over it. I mean, he was an extra 20, 30 centimeters in the air. So he'll be so frustrated with that. He's going to need more depth in the third round. Look at that. I mean, he was just light years ahead of the bar. Oh, he'll be frustrated. God forbid anything goes slightly wrong on that third attempt. I mean, he's showing that he's going to go jump 560, 570 at this rate. Good world challenger of PB. You'll know he's in good shape. So as I was saying about the World Athletics qualification system, and yeah, you tend to just find a lot more competitions like this one, and when you look in the distance running space, I mean, so much of it now is designed, the introduction of wavelengths, to just crash through those qualifying marks, so athletes aren't racing each other as much as perhaps the governing body would have minded liked and competing against one another. It's very difficult to get a sort of gold label or A category license race. World Tour made up challenges from silver and gold meetings. Hendrik Müller, third attempt. Oh, well, that's a shame for the youngster to bow out here. I mean, with this crowd in this setting, you'd want to be in the competition as long as possible and soak it up. That's unfortunate for Hendrik Müller. Well, it says rank 3. Pay no attention to that. I think he's going to be... He's going to finish in 11th place by the time this competition is all said and done. That is if Chiampa can go clear, because he hasn't got a mark on the board, whereas Müller does. So, Urho Chiampa of Finland, playing everybody's favourite song by the looks of it. The crowd love it, they get involved. And this is what gets him going. Like I said, it gives us a bit of an insight into who he is as a person.
Und die Tribünen bitte aufstehen. Auch das ist ein dritter Versuch. Sehr gut, dankeschön.
So he's a Finnish champion. He's a World University Games champion from 2 years ago. Not this year. This year it was held just around the corner. So here goes Chiampa. Oh no, that was very, very similar to Gillian Ladvig's attempt. In a way where he was so far over the bar, you know, he had so much clearance, just did not have the depth. That is a real shame. Look at this.
Ja, aber kleiner Wermutstropfen.
Well,
World ranking, top 36.
like I said, he's still in that world ranking spot for now. You know, he sits in 27th. The window, however, is still open for another 2 weeks. Those around him have a chance to bolster their world ranking. 36 will go to the World Championships in Tokyo. Well, that's a real shame. So, at this stage, Chiampa's out, and so is Müller. Next to go will be Ladvig. Well, this guy showed extreme promise on his second attempt, and it was just a shock he didn't go clear. And, you know, the problem is, when you get onto your third and final attempts, I mean, anything can happen. We just think Chiampa, I mean, that's a routine vault for him. For someone of his caliber, who's regularly, consistently vaulting 560, 570. I mean, now Ladvig, well, have to live in the present, not overthink. He looks ready. So the German champion winning his first national title last week. He'll be chuffed with that. Has he been able to just bring himself back down a notch, focus on the process, get back in some hard training, and prepare for this one? Because he's only got a 565 season's best, and that came at that championships. Ladvig. Oh, no. That is, I mean, that again, let's get a better angle on that, but he was way, the height was there, he just didn't have the depth. Have a look. Oh, he hits it on the way up.
Ja, Mathieu Collet, Matt Ladvig sind die das gut gelöst haben. Mathieu Collet mit viel Platz, das heißt, er lässt die 5,40 Meter auch aus und 5,40 Meter die neue Sprunghöhe.
That was a case of actually the bar just needing to go back a little bit.
Die wir noch nicht gesehen haben.
It just came on him way too soon, and same in the previous round. So that is a real shame for Ladvig, because he was showing the ability of something pretty special today. Wow, so that is a little bit of a shock. 3 men out in what is effectively the first round. I know we saw Müller vault 510, but this is when a lot of the big boys came in at 530, and that is a big shock that we have lost Müller, Ladvig, and Chiampa. Well, this is the defending champion. This man won it last year. 5 meters, 65 centimeters. Ethan Comment of France. He'll now go for 540. That's where the bar will be. It will then go to 550, 560, 570. Once we hit 570, then it will just increase in 6 centimeter increments until we hit 593. And then I think it's going to be up to whoever is still left in the competition to decide where that bar goes. It's definitely going to be a winning vault. Well, I can bring you a little bit of news. Matthew Collet has decided to pass at 540. I thought he might just get 530 banked, get a mark on the board, and then go from there and then start to hit some big numbers. Look, I mean, it's relatively common knowledge that it is a fine balance for finding your feet, finding your rhythm, staying in the competition, and of course conserving energy when it comes to events like the pole vault, the high jump. And they usually reckon anywhere between 6 and 10 volts is going to be your prime. And so if you can sneak through the competition with a bunch of first-time clearances and save a little bit of energy and also stress, right? You're not overthinking those volts. Then, you know, we saw Line Onsrud Retsius of Norway when she won the women's crown. It was just she wanted it. For him. And you can see he's frustrated because he knows what it means to just get up over, start the competition well, then you can start to turn your attention and focus. But you've got to get there. You know you've got a big jump in you, but you've got to get there to show it. And you've got to clear a...
Ja, und jetzt auf der Anlage als nächstes der belgische Rekordhalter, Ben Bröders.
Also heights, 5 or so heights to be in the business end of this competition. Ben Bröders, Belgian star, I mean the national record holder. And he set that back in 2022 with that 585. And that was when he won his first and only Diamond League as well, 2022. You could argue that was his year, but he's been so consistent since then. And that's what I love about Bröders. He is very consistent. He won the Belgian champs last week. But he's had 6 jumps, 570 plus in 2025, which you shouldn't take for granted. Okay, Bröders' first attempt. So far, people have struggled. Can he flip the script? Oh, I mean, that was a thing of beauty. Too easy for Bröders.
Ja, so kann man in den Wettkampf einsteigen. Sauberer Sprung, 5:30.
You'd expect nothing less at this early stage. So Collet passed at 540, so did Ludwig. Matt Ludwig passed at 540, Menno Vloon passed, Lidet Beheri passed, Zhuang passed, and Baptiste Thierry also passed.
Und auch beim nächsten Springer, noch 24 Jahre jung, Baptiste Thierry, ehemaliger Zehnkämpfer, dieses Jahr schon 5:91 gesprungen. Hat dann Probleme ein bisschen Knöchel gehabt. Kann man ja auf Deutsch
Sorry,
sagen,
they passed at 5:30, and now we are going to see Baptiste Thierry into the competition.
Und mit Blur geht's hoffentlich über die 5:30.
Here he goes, the Frenchman. I mean, that 591 was absolutely spectacular in the indoor campaign. He was 9th at those European champs last year. He's been hit and miss at the majors when he's managed to qualify for them, that's for sure. 8th at the French Championships this year. I mean, you would not have predicted that after his indoor campaign. Oh, Thierry.
Ja, ganz leicht draufgefallen. Das war sehr unglücklich.
Well, that's a little frustrating for him. Like I said, he's inconsistent. Thierry, he's... But, oh, he's got that easy, hasn't he? He just needs to pull that bar forward a little bit further towards him, and he'll clear that no problem at all. Well, Bukai Huang is equal national record holder as Huang. Has come close to the medals in the last couple of years. I mean, Olympic Games 7th, World Championships 6th. Asian Championships, he did actually manage to get on the podium and got silver then.
Aus China. 5,40 Meter, der erste Versuch. This Mozart in that one court, now he wants smoke, so it's on. Call me dramatic, guess they ain't wrong. Definitely hating, faking, that's law. That classical brings that capital, I just caught Napoleon once. Riding with my stallion and I'm gone. Got my hits and mama gives some grace come. Gotta get the plague to be sick as us. 99 problems.
Well, Bukai Huang waiting patiently at the top of the runway. You can see the Volkov just ticking itself down. Conditions, you can see a blustery. Look at the flags. Top right of picture, just flustering. I think he's waiting for his moment here. He knows how important it is to get up over this bar first time, especially when there's men out there struggling, and good men at that. Well, here goes Huang. Silver at the Asian Games Championships earlier this year. We're definitely going to see this man in Tokyo. Oh, it's lovely. Well, good clearance for him, 540. As routine as it is, you've still got to come out there and you've still got to do it when you know you want to go jump high. And I think it's one thing that impresses me about Mondo de Planet so much. I mean, a part of these guys must just want to go, I just want to attempt my PB and get this thing done with. But you've got to go through the competition. You've got to train your mind to just be patient, stay active. And your body needs to be so robust to last 10, 12 jumps out.
Also da möchte ich auch von Anfang an noch mal eine deutliche Steigerung vom Publikum hören. Er gibt es vor mit Daft Punk im Rücken.
Well, the man of the moment, Lita Bahiri. Boganda. Lita Bahiri, I mentioned 590, inconsistent though, does know height quite a lot. So, a lot riding on this first jump for him. I think almost everyone is going to enter this round, even the likes of Menno Bloom. Here he goes, Lita Bahiri on the runway now, first attempt. Again, I mean, he had the clearance there. This is everyone just falling into the same trap.
Ja, das war's leider noch nicht, aber er hat ja noch 2 Versuche und drücken wir ihm die Daumen.
Yeah, it's very... Well, I was going to say very unlike him, but like I say, he has got a record of no heighting, so we hope he can go clear in that second attempt. Otherwise, the pressure is on him a little bit. And he'll have flashbacks of the German Championship last week. He's at his best in 22 when he got his European silver medal. Well, the man next is Menno Bloom, and just what a character he is. that was.
Ja.
Alles gut gegangen.
We got to watch this again. What happened here?
Stabhochsprung.
I thought I heard a
Ganz
snap, but I was
ungefährlich.
awfully...
Deswegen zieht es auch so viele
Boy, there's
Menschen an.
something
Es kann
dangerous,
doch immer was
something
passieren. Zum Glück
quite serious could
ist
have
niemand
happened.
was passiert und auch nichts kaputt gegangen, zumindest nichts Gravierendes.
Well, technically there's still time for him
Hat
to
jetzt theoretisch
vault,
noch
and
15
that's why we're
Sekunden,
seeing the
aber
vault
das
clock
wird er
run
nicht mehr
down, but I
schaffen,
think he's going to pass on this number one
loszulaufen.
attempt.
Also er muss jetzt gleich in den zweiten Versuch gehen. Deswegen ist es wichtig, immer zur Anlage zu gucken, vor allen Dingen, wenn man hier sehr nah dran steht.
So there we are, time runs out, red flag, and Bloom says, hey, no worries, I'll do it again. 5:40. We can't really call it a failure, can we? But just a missed attempt almost.
Und dann dementsprechend komplett aus dem Gleichgewicht geraten, der Stab dann irgendwie auch weg. Und da ist so viel Kraft natürlich am Stab. Ja, Glück gehabt, ne?
Ethan, come on, next to go. And Bar's still at 5:40. So the only athletes to go clear was Broders and Twang at the moment. Obviously, come on, failure first time around. Same with Thierry, Lida Bahari is same, and Bloom too. And Kiamper and Ladwig are out the competition. What's he got then? 5:40, come on. Failure. Well, the defending champion, 5:65 last year, should I say. Himself and Bokanda Lida Bahari jumped that. He won on countback. And do you know what? The way some of these men have started, countback is going to be absolutely crucial. I mean, if you're Broders and Huang, you're okay. But a few others in here. I mean, the likes of, come on, I'm not sure he's going to be able to rely on countback.
Muss gleich in den dritten Versuch.
What an absolutely stunning setting. Okay, Baptiste Thierry, he is hot stuff in France. I mean, he is a product of that Olympic Games coming to Paris last year. I mean, this man's gone from strength to strength over the last couple of years, and now he's 5'9", 16 centimeter improvement this year from February. Oh, yeah, that's more like it. Baptiste Thierry, ladies and gentlemen. Moves himself up into third, and that was very, very easy. And look, he's got all the makings of a world-class vaulter. And once you jump 591, you start to see, you can imagine this guy vaulting 6 meters. Although that 591 is a bit of an outlier to say the least. I mean, he hasn't got near it.
Ja, und jetzt gleich der zweite Versuch von Bokanda Litabere. Auch da Publikum gibt nochmal richtig Gas.
And like I said, needs to work on his championship ability, Baptiste Thierry. More on that in a little bit. Let's watch this man, Lida Bahari, who knows how to do it at a championship. He's medaled at the European Championships. Attacks it steady, focuses, plants. He's up, and he's over. Easy as that. All one motion, wasn't it? Well, Lida Bahari slows down time when he's in the air.
Aber die 45 Einstiegshöhe jetzt erfolgreich absolviert.
Wow, that was very, very nice.
Ja, nach dem kurzen Schreckmoment jetzt der zweite
So
Versuch
stepping into the next round of
von
where the bar will be at.
dem holländischen Rekordhalter.
550 will be Broders, Twang, Lida Bahari. This is interesting. This is going to be interesting now, isn't it?
Ja, guter Versuch, leicht reingeschoben.
And I wondered if he would regret possibly
Aber da sieht man mal,
that first
wie
attempt
eng das
just
dann
not playing
zugehen
out
kann.
like he would have
Wahnsinnige
hoped.
Höhe über der Latte, aber
He's a
leider
true professional though, he'll bounce
beim
back,
Hochgehen
but pressure's on come on now as well.
schwierig vor nach so einem.
Bloom didn't enjoy this competition last year, and considering Common won it in 565, a mark that Bloom jumps pretty much every single time he's in a competition, because he is so consistent, 575 plus. But for one reason or another was knocked out early on.
Er konnte sich danach schon gut fangen. Es ist nicht das erste Mal, dass er sowas erlebt hat. Wir sind erfahren genug Olympiateilnehmer, WM-Teilnehmer.
So Ethan, come on then, on the runway, his third and final attempt.
Business as usual ist bei uns jetzt nicht, denn dritte Versuch.
Look at the crowd, I mean this is just stunning. Sun setting here on the River Rini.
Die Sonnentürme nach oben, die Hände nach oben.
In Düsseldorf as that river just weaves its way through the city, and what a place to have street pole vault. Coaches at trackside. You don't get that in the stadium. Here we are, Ethan, come on, of France. 540. Yes, he does it, third attempt. It's more like it from the defending champion. He's going to put up a fight and look to defend his title. So make that 5 clear at 540 in this men's competition.
Unseren Franzosen haben wir drüber, jetzt brauchen wir nur noch unseren Holländer. Der lässt aus. Ha. Ja, kann man machen. Einstiegshöhe zweimal reißen.
So Comon's going to double back, and he's going to have to try and go clear at 550 now after his brief celebration period. I mean, Collet and Ludwig are going to pass. Well, they passed 540, shall I say. So they'll be straight at 550, and looks like we're going to have Broders, Yang, and Lita Beheri. Thierry will pass. Sorry, Wang is. He's going to pass. Lita Beheri will vault at 550. So Thierry, Huang, and Broders will pass. And Menno Vloon, I'm not sure, because it's saying Matthew Calais there to go at 550. We still need to see Menno Vloon with his third attempt. That is unless Vloon is passing and going straight to 550. And he'll have one attempt at 550 then, so a risky move from Vloon, but it might pay off. You trust him, don't you? I mean, it's just one of the things he's so good at. It's just his consistency. I mean, every year he's up at 590. That national record of his 596 now from the indoor campaign in 2021. He's a Dutch champion for a few weeks ago. Vaulted 580 then, and there he is on the runway. Look. Second at Eichstaff meeting in Berlin a couple weeks back, 592 on that occasion, and 590 plus on 3 occasions this year. One of those, of course, at the European Indoors, which he won. Can he get on the podium for the first time at the World Championships? So Matthew Calais, brother Thibaut, is an absolute phenom, coached by their father. He's just going to clip that one. I say just. It was a little more than that, but 550 first attempt for him. He'll have 2 more. Unlike Vloon, who has took the risky option here. He's on the runway now of 2 failures at 540. Decides he's done with that and wants to just attempt 550. But he's only going to have 1 go at it, so he better pass first time. Ludwig. Slows down time. Just a little warm-up for him. That's not his unorthodox run-up.
5,90 Bestleistung.
What you wanna do, baby? Where you wanna go?
Und wenn ihr mich fragt, mit dem
He looked good at 5:30 with Ludwig, and I mean that's sensible. 5:30, past to 5:40, get the job done at 5:50, and then you start to get into the business end of this competition. You go clear it. I think we're going to have 6 or 7 clear at 50, and then it's when you hit those 60s, 70s, some men are going to start to falter. You want to be attacking anything close to your lifetime best after about 6 or 7 jumps. Any more than that, fatigue starts to play a little bit of a factor. So Matt Ludwig, the American Pan American Games champion, second of those US champs. Just, what, 10 days ago now. Austin Miller won on that occasion with 5.92. Oh, okay, so close, but no cigar for Ludwig. He won't panic at this stage. Austin Miller, Pan American champion, surprise victory. Obviously attending the same university setup as Sidney Horn, who we saw earlier on today. First to High Point, and the head coach of the cross side at High Point University. So far from a sponsored professional, if you like, is a working man, and he's now the best in America. He'll look ahead to the World Championship in Tokyo. Right, ladies and gentlemen, pressure is on for Menno Bloom here. 2 failures at 5:40. He's now got straight to 5:50 if he does not clear this. The heavy favourite for me is out of this competition. The European indoor champion. He's part of a select group who have cleared 590 this year, just 11 of them in the world. Saying that, I mean, just depth in pole vaulting right now. In fact, across all events in track and field, mesmerizing. What athletics raise the bar, and the athletes step up. Menno Bloom, can he go clear of 5:50 to stay in the competition? Oh, it's easy. And look, you know, sometimes you're just comfortable on a slightly different pole, and he's not used to it. I mean, how often is he going to train and try and practice at 5:40? I mean, it's just not going to be all that regular, and for one reason or another, it just wasn't working. I think it was more of a pole issue than anything else, and yeah, Bloom, oh, that's him all over. That's lovely. Look at that. I mean, his highest clearance there must have been 20, 30 centimeters. Wow. You kind of tell when they just defy gravity when they go over the bar, don't they? The sheer relaxation. Once he gets himself at full height over that bar, his sort of body just goes into this relaxed state, arches himself over, and just coasts himself down back onto the mat. Matthew Kaladin, quick turnaround for him. He's going to chase after Bloom, looking for 5:50. Camera angle gave us nothing, but popping up as a failure on the scorecard there. Kalei, 30 years of age now. He's the older brother of Debo, who is vaulting 591 and doing amazing things. And Matthew fourth at those French championships with 565. Interestingly, at that French championship, 2 sets of brothers made up the top 6. You had the Lavillenie brothers, who were 1 and 5, I believe, and then you had the Calais brothers, who were 2 and 3, or 2 and 4. Sorry. So rather unusual placing. Well, Matt Ludwig then, like I said, I mean, this man is on his way to the World Championships in Tokyo, so he won't have as much pressure on him at a meeting like this. Some of the men in this field are looking to either get that standard ticked off or improve on their rankings in order so they get an invite to the World Championships. 1,200 points ought to do that for them, although it's always rising. Your world ranking point score made up with 2 marks your result score, which is the bulk of it, and then you get bonus points for where you place in the competition. So very, very important. Ludwig, second attempt. Oh, he's just not looking at the races today, is he? Clipping that one there with his feet on the way up. To be honest, didn't look anywhere near it. It's an argument a lot of people have when it comes to Americans is the problem Americans have. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, they dominate track and field, right? There's no nation quite like it. However, with their championship being so demanding and so tough, you have to, no matter if you're the best in the world, you have to peak for the American Championships if you want a spot at the Global Championships. And often athletes can just mistime their season a little bit because you have to go all in at qualifying. You're in a luxurious position if you're an American athlete and you can be at 90%, 80% by the time the National Championship swings around to book your spot at the World Championship. And, you know, Ludwig is probably someone who knew that and acknowledged that. And look, he had a great result and he's going to the Worlds for it. But at the same time, has that cost him, has performing at that level at the American Championships, will that cost him come the World Championships to be at his very, very best? Third and final attempt for Coladin to stay in the competition. The Frenchman catches it on the way down and tries to even keep it up there, but that's it for him. And oh, that's unfortunate. He's had all of one jump at 5:30, so he learns absolutely nothing today. And annoyingly, yeah, won't take anything from this meet. It's the luck of the dice sometimes. It's the way of the draw. So even someone of Lida Baheri's class, the German, who's vaulted 590, I mean, five no marks this year. So Calais did get a mark on the board, like I said, at 5:30, but didn't manage another one. Are we going to lose another man in Ludwig, or can he show some of the class and form that we saw from him in the American Championships?
What you wanna do, baby? Where you wanna go? I'll take you to the moon, baby. I'll take you to the floor. I treat you like a real lady.
So here goes Ludwig. He's ready to go. He's going to need their support, that's for sure. They're behind him. I mean, just look at that for context. So good when these events pop up in the street like this, because I think it, one, engages an audience that perhaps would not go out their way to watch a pole competition, but even if you are, you know, a die-hard pole fan, it is always mesmerizing when you see these guys, you know, the best in the world, go 5.5 meters plus into the air and land down on that mat. I mean, they are just beasts. Here we go, Ludwig, the American, to stay in it. Oh, and like I said, he's just looked a little off it, hasn't he? Today, not to be for him, the American, which is a real shame. We'll see him at the World Championships. But he has vaulted 583 this year, which is, of course, it's that auto qualifier for the World Championship. So he's done enough to go. And American Trials having a great system of just the top 3 and you're off. I wish more countries adopted that, especially European nations. It would add a lot more jeopardy to the trials, storylines coming out of the sport, and you know, at the end of the day, it has always been the attraction of sports, is that anything can happen, right? It's the David v. Goliath stories, it's the upsets, and that's what keeps the crowd engaged and people supporting it. I think that's what they do so well over at the US trials. And you know, sometimes when you make it a formality and you add in so many different criteria to a selection policy, like a lot of European nations do in order to show form and X, Y, and Z, can you place in the top 10? You lose that sport factor a little bit. that jeopardy, that excitement, and the thrills and spills of every track and field can bring. And that's why we love the World Championship format, because there's no second chances, and it should be like that in qualification as well.
Ja, bei den Franzosen ist es so, die
Das ist nicht chancenlos.
Ja, auf jeden Fall ein super Sprung wieder von Ethan. Aber eben zu gut. Und da wird man im Stabhochsprung eben.
And this meet quickly becoming an absolute favorite of all pole vaulters from around the world. They've got a bucket list, haven't they? So many of them. And we're seeing more and more crop up indoors as well. I mean, Duplantis now putting on his own event, Villeneuve putting on his own event, and this format of pole vaulting, the way it's set to be consumed, literally bringing it to the public, bringing it to open spaces. And there is a terrific one in Rotterdam, south of Germany, right on that Austrian border, and they've actually vault onto a lake. It is staggering. It is obviously a temporary setup. Much like this, you have the runway, which is on land, and the pole vault bed is actually on stilts, and it is on the water. And I mean, it is a bucket list event for so many of these vaulters. Ben Broder's in 560. We haven't spoken too much about this guy, and it's because we haven't had to. We haven't seen much of him because he's got a perfect scorecard and he's passed a few heights. And he continues with that pattern. I mean, that's another lovely clearance from Broders. He means business today, and perhaps he senses he can come away with the title, especially given Bloom's start. Thierry can be a little hit and miss. That's strong from Broders. I mean, national record holder, isn't he, for Belgium? He's very consistent in the 570 range. 6 jumps, 570 and above this year. However, sometimes finds it hard to find those real world-class heights. For example, he's got a 580 season best, and if we class world-class as hitting that world standard at least. Baptiste Thierry'd in, attempt 1. Oh, well, it looked great. Every time I see this guy, he's getting better and better. Mechanically in the air and up over that bar, and he's so fluid on the runway as well. He's had a lot to learn, and I think when it clicks with him, I mean, he showcased what he can do, Baptiste Thierry. And it's just being patient, not working yourself up, and knowing that, hey, when it clicks, I'm one of the best in the world. That is the case with that man.
Ja, und als nächstes am Anlauf Bokai Huang, der dieses Jahr chinesischen Rekord gesprungen ist, persönliche Bestleistung.
Bokai Huang will go next, and he's an athlete who's been creeping up on us too. We haven't seen all that much of him. He's the Chinese national record, 7th at the Olympic Games, 6th at the World Championships the year before that. Silver at the Asian Championships behind Obiena. The man from the Philippines, who is just one of the very, very best, isn't he?
Presidential drip from G. Washington, shout out to him, the wick strong. If you think of playing me, you need major keys, still minor leagues, you ain't brawn. This Mozart in that one chord, now he wants smoke, so it's on. Call me dramatic.
Here we go, Bakai Yang. Yes, he does. It's 560, so here we go.
Guter Versuch, kontrolliert. Da ist noch eine Menge drin.
The big boys are out to play, and I know the women love this runway. We saw a couple of lifetime bests, we saw meet records, and we saw lots of season bests as well. It's just such a perfect setting to have this competition.
Tun jetzt alles Mögliche, dass unser Düsseldorfer Jung Bokana Litabere direkt im ersten Versuch den anderen gleichzieht.
And it is just great to see. Well, several, probably could argue there's a couple of hundred people watching this in a very, very small proximity.
So, die Latte ist eingerichtet, die Zeit läuft.
Well, Bokanda, leader Bahari then. The vault clock counting down. He would have seen a couple just go clear at 560. He knows that he needs to match that. Broders and Huang both with perfect scorecards. That's why he needs to match it. Both went clear at 540, now clear at 560. And I think this is the last height we'll see people pass, balloon past. And I think that's it for athletes passing now. We're going to see them see this one out. 570 will be next, and then from 70, we'll go up in 6 centimeter increments. Well, here goes the German. The legend in Germany when it comes to vaulting. He's such a smiley figure, great character, but
ja, hat er leider die schlechtesten Bedingungen von allen Springern jetzt hier gehabt, bei 560 im ersten Versuch. Die anderen hatten deutlich weniger Gegenwind, aber so ist der Sport. Da muss man mit umgehen. Man hat mal Pech, man hat mal Glück.
Das ist richtig. Da kann man dann vielleicht mal noch mit ein, zwei Fingerchen tiefer greifen, das ein oder andere.
Well, a little smile from him. Let's have another replay. So just getting that with his shins. Just on the way down. I think he had the height when his center of gravity was equal to that of the bar, directly above. So Huang, I think, is just saying he may well, he's gone to see the officials. Love to get a mic on these guys and hear what they're saying. I mean, that would really add to the broadcast, wouldn't it? Imagine that. Some of these field eventers talking, mic'd up, getting that intel. We're seeing it in other sports, aren't we, in the way they're presented. I don't think we're going to be too far behind in that mid-race intel.
Dass wir ihn jetzt gemeinsam im zweiten Versuch über die 560 klatschen werden.
Oh, that is frustrating for him because that's 2 attempts.
Aber ein Versuch bleibt ihm ja noch.
Ja, man muss sich das vorstellen, man hat so eine lange Stange in der Hand, also einen Stab.
And this is
Und er hat natürlich auch eine
you wouldn't go as far as calling it a routine height for him, but it is a height that he knows he is capable of. And it's about clearing heights like this when things aren't going quite your way. Because all you got to do is just get yourself in that final 3 and anything can happen in those jump-off scenarios. So
dem ehemaligen Zehnkämpfer, hat knapp 8000 Punkte gemacht im Zehnkampf, was schon internationale Klasse ist, und war französischer Meister im Zehnkampf.
But he's got
also, ja, Multitalent auf jeden Fall. So, die Zeit läuft noch nicht, aber jetzt.
Baptiste Thierry clearing a few off the runway, I think, in front of him. Here we are, clock's on. Here goes the Frenchman, 560 second attempt. Oh.
Ja, das, was die Frauen vorhin
shrugs his shoulders, doesn't he, on the mat there, as if to say, really, come on.
Jetzt als Pech. Das kann eigentlich auch mal gut liegen bleiben, aber jetzt muss
Doesn't quite look to be in full gear, though, does he, Baptiste Thierry? I mean, this man has an interesting story, though. Started out in decathlon and, you know, has had some great success in that event, but I think then just really started to take a bit of a liking to the pole vault and started to show promise. And well done, whether it was him or his coach who sort of made that decision to shift from the 10 events to just the one. It has paid off. Now he's vaulting 5 meters and 91 centimeters, but he just has had a few rough competitions. I mean, he no-heighted at the World Indoors, and he was 8th at the French Championships. And you think, how can a 591 vaulter come 8th at the French Championships? It's obscene, but these things play out. So I hope he can get it together for that third and final attempt. His lifetime best did come at the meeting Mondo, where he broke the world record, of course, Mondo for the first time this year, the first time in 2025 of 6:27. And now, obviously now, at that Stockholm Diamond League, went even better with 6:28. Where he's taken pole vault to is just unbelievable. Lita Bahari then, second attempt for him at 560. Oh yes, now that was nice. Time slowed down over the bar for him. It was very, very tidy, wasn't it? So clearance for Lita Bahari.
Damit ist in guter Position hier weiter den Sieg vor Friends
Look
and
at that,
Family.
very nice, just smooth over the bar.
Auch hier in der Wiederholung sieht man gerade super Platz über eine Lattenüberquerung, alles top.
You can almost tell because these guys they don't put anything out of line when they're in the air like that. We saw it from Vloon, and you're just seeing it there from Lita Bahari as well. A lot of vaulters, they're a little messier, a little bit more untidy when they're in the air, and in turn, it is just, you know, maybe their legs aren't quite together, they end up clipping that bar. Hey, Ita, come on, to stay in the competition, to defend his title. He's gonna do it. Here we go.
Auch da, super Versuch gesehen, Windfenster optimal ausgenutzt.
He'll be around to attack 570 and potentially even challenge for a season best of 572. That lifetime best of 582 could be on the cards today as well.
Einen neuen Meeting-Rekord aufzustellen. So, auf geht's Düsseldorf, dritter Versuch, Baptiste Thierry. Auch den klatschen wir jetzt drüber.
The Baptiste Thierry is going to need all the help he can get. He's playing his favourite tune down on the runway. Here he goes, the Frenchman. 8th in their championships last week. Oh, and it's not to be today. And you know what? That's been a rough 7-day window for Baptiste Thierry. 8th international champs. And they're bowing out here today and not even clearing 560. When you're a 591 vaulter. And the problem is, in the sport of track and field, consistency is everything. If you can get within 5-10 centimeters of your PB, but do it week in, week out across Europe, I mean, you are gonna be placing on the podium of pretty much every single, you know, world tour that you get yourself in, and possibly someone like Baptiste Thierry, even a Diamond League, if he can get in one of those and he's up vaulting 591, and it's just staggering.
Ja, bestenfalls springen jetzt alle 4 Athleten da drüber. Dann haben wir 4 Meeting-Rekordhalter erstmal.
Ja, das wäre auch eine schöne Geschichte.
So Kamon's gonna lead, we see Lita Bahari actually is gonna lead us over 570. Really, we're going to have a couple pass on this. I mean, these men mean business here today, clearly, because, you know, we're seeing them really conserve energy early on in this competition. And Broders and Huang are now going to pass at 570. Bloom passed at 560. We're going to see him step in at 570. But it's an awkward one for Bloom because he steps in at 570. He's now got to vault the whole way to the end because you wouldn't want to bank on passing at 576, or perhaps you would. But anything, once we start near 580, they could be winning vaults. You've got to be careful not to let those go by. So we're going to see Vloon go for 570 as well, obviously. Leader Beheri, Ethan Kamon's going to go for it. So we just have 5 men left in this competition.
Aber die Mucke gibt auf jeden Fall sehr, sehr guten Rhythmus vor und anscheinend scheint es
Well, he got a bit more time in between jumps now. Well, it'll be roughly the same time, but just less people jumping, so there'll be less action for us to consume. Oh, look at the anticipation of this one, attention building. What a tune he's got to fire himself down this runway. It's upbeat. I need Techno House. The stadium announcer described it by Menno Vloon of the Netherlands, their national champion, their national record holder. 570. Come on, what's he got? Oh, and he goes over it first time clearance. This is going to be interesting. Well, it's a meet record, and it was a modest meet record at that. 565 from Ethan Command last year. He tied that mark with Leader Beheri, the German. However, the Frenchman won on countback, so it was a second place finish for Leader Beheri. But Vloon is just looking in shape, and I think Vloon could well pass at 576. I mean, he was the only one who attempted 570 there. He's in the driving seat. Brodus, Twang, Leader Beheri, come on, are all going to try and attempt 576 now, whereas I think Vloon is going to pass. So here we go. All the tactics are fascinating, aren't they? What these men choose to do. Let's not forget, Vloon started this competition with 2 failures at 540. And then he passed, and when he got the job done at 550, I don't think he was enjoying the pole he was on down at 540.
So, Düsseldorf, geht's euch gut? Ich kann euch nicht hören.
There we are, you can see the stadium announcer getting the crowd going. We are here in Düsseldorf, we're on the river Rhine. Here in Germany, it played host, not too far away from here, played host to that World University Games Championships, which was a phenomenal standard. I mean, that is an event, a global championship, which is growing every single time it takes place. It's every 2 years, biannual, but now you're starting to see, I mean, some of the very best in the world contesting it, and it gave this year a chance for athletes going to Tokyo at the World Championships, a little bit of a tune-up almost. Especially those who are, you know, past the age of the European under-23s, or those international athletes who didn't have a area under-23 championships. It is a niche age group, the under-23s. Crucial on the development pathway, though, for athletes to the defending champion, and I thought it was risky for 4 men to pass at 570 because I think this could be a crucial height. 76. Look, when these men are hot, they can do this height quite routinely. However, if they're just slightly off their game, it can become a challenge. And you know, you foul out on that first attempt, and then pressure goes on the second, and it can get difficult. So Broders will go next. And make sure that bar is inch perfect up at the top there. 5 meters and 76 in the air. I mean, this crowd must be pretty impressed. So Broders, Belgian national record holder. Other than that, he's just awfully consistent. He'll be at every pole vault competition around the world pretty much, and he'll always be vaulting anywhere from 570 to 590. I say that his lifetime best is 585, but 6 times over 570 this year, so he's confident he can do this. And it's a decision to pass at 570. Interesting, each pole vaulter will have their own strengths. Some will have speed on the runway, some will have an untouchable gymnastic ability to fling themselves through the pole and up over the bar. And then if you're Mondo, you've just got it all, haven't you? I mean, you've got the mobility, you've got the strength, you've got the speed, you've got the endurance to last the full competition 3.5 hours and stay focused, and you've quite simply got the mindset. I mean, he is a freak of nature, and he's raised the bar. Ben Broders, first attempt, 76, comes down on it. Just slowed up a little bit in the air. You could see on his way up, just lost that speed and momentum through the pole. And then ended up just sitting down on it a bit. But it is interesting, you know, in all events that we're seeing across the world of track and field, the depth is just increasing massively. I think more people are learning and sharing it, and it's taken a few trailblazers to come along, the likes of Mondo in the pole vault, let's say Sidney McLaughlin or Femke Bol, you know, these absolute stars of the sport who are just rewriting history and ripping up the scripts, and people are starting to understand what training these stars are doing, and you know, how they operate, how they plan a season. And I think athletes, especially these pole vaulters, they talk to each other on the circuit, they spend a lot of time with each other, and they'll also be learning from one another and developing in that way. Whereas you rewind the clock 20 years ago, people weren't sharing training programs. What people were doing was top secret, is behind the scenes, and now with the world of social media and the internet, we have access to everything. Bukai Xuanglin, Chinese champion and national record holder, struggles at 576, like a few of them have already on the first attempt. I think this is going to be the height. We could well see our podium places wrapped up at 576, and then it's going to be a battle between, let's say, 2 or 3 of them going beyond this mark.
Ja, kleine Korrektur, 5,85. Da kann sich schon mal 10 cm vertun.
So they corrected up for Lita Beheri.
Ja, ist noch keiner drüber gesprungen, die 5,76. Das heißt, der Erste, der jetzt hier drüber springt, wird definitiv in Führung gehen. Und das wünschen wir uns auch alle, dass Bo Kanna von Düsseldorf Athletics mit eurer Unterstützung jetzt hier direkt in Führung gehen kann. Anlage ist freigegeben. Auf geht's, Bo, auf geht's, Düsseldorf. Da geht noch mehr. Wir wollen ihn in Führung springen sehen. Düsseldorf, lauter!
So the German star, 590 is lifetime best. No hiding at their championships. He has no hiding 5 times this year, but he hasn't today. He's well on track and he's in contention. Here he goes. 573 is season's best, so this will be a season's best for him. Attempt number 1. Ooh, wasn't close, was he? Wasn't close. In fact, I think did well to correct himself and land on the mat there. Because at one point he looked like he was going to be well shy. Look here, yeah, well, went up and just didn't transfer enough speed, did he? Well, he'll go back and chat with his support team and his coaches, and this is what's quite unique about this event. You can see a lot of the crowd are on the railings there, but there's a lot of coaches in this facility, and they're right up close with the athletes, and they can have regular conversations. And whereas traditional competition in a stadium, that access to your coach and your support team is not as easy. It's not quite as beneficial.
Das heißt, wir sind jetzt beim zweiten Versuch von Ethan Common. Der Trainer gibt grünes Licht. Düsseldorf. Rhythmisches Klatschen. Come on, Ethan. Alle, alle.
Here goes. Come on then. The defending champion. He's well surpassed the mark of last year. 565 won this competition. And we're only just getting started, it feels like. Ooh, much like Lida Beheri, and it doesn't look promising, does it, for either him or Beheri? So the Frenchman and the German both struggling. You're going to have to pull it all out on that third attempt. These men all took a risk, and I think one of the reasons they took a risk was because they all went for it. So there was not much to lose. You know, they all passed at 560. Brodus, Huang, Lida Beheri, and Common all decided they were passed at 570, and the only man who didn't was Benno Bloon, and I think they look at him as in that next class up. Perhaps that's unfair to say, but he is the European indoor champion. He is awfully consistent, and he's in his absolute prime. I mean, he's 596 Volta and 592 this year. Here goes Brodus. He's done it. He's done it on his second attempt, Ben Brodus, and this is the man that's going to challenge for the win here today. That's a statement vote. Meet record. Every jump from now is going to be a meet record, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we surpassed it by, well, 11 centimeters already. Wow, that was neat. And he's getting up near PB territory, Ben Brodus. 580 is season's best this year. He's going to have a crack at that. The bar will move to 582 after this now. So the Chinese athlete, Guy Huang. Interesting, isn't it? I mentioned earlier with Yampa and his tunes, and depending on what song these athletes go for, you can see a little bit of their personality, experience a bit of their personality on the runway. They've each chosen a song to aid them down the runway into the jump. Here we are, the EUROWINGS Flight Circus event here at Düsseldorf.
Drop centuries ago and still along. Presidential drip from G. Washington. Shout out to him, the wick strong. If you think of playing me, you need major keys. Still minor leagues, you ain't brawn. This Mozart and that.
He's powerful on the runway, isn't he? Doesn't pick up too much speed until that last 5 yards. Ooh, almost. Well, it's closer than we've seen from the others. Well, now it's all business. It's do or die for these men. We're going to have Huang, Lida Beheri, and Common. All three of them on their third and final attempt now. Apologies, Beheri on his second, so he's in a slightly better position.
Vielleicht ein bisschen weniger Wind von vorne, aber wollen wir nicht die ganze Zeit darauf rumreiten. Genau. So, zweiter Versuch für den Mann aus Düsseldorf. Wo kann da Lita Beere? Und jetzt will ich nochmal alle hier am Rand stehen, klatschen hören. Tragen wir gemeinsam Bo rüber. Komm on, Bo.
German's time to hang in this competition and live with the big guns, Broders and Bloom. He's more than capable. This man, when he's on, he is one of the very best in the world. He's going to vault to a bit of smooth bass. He was second last year. Vaulted the same height as the winner, come on. However, so he'll want revenge. However, lost out on countback, so it's important he can go clear on second attempt. He's not going to do it. And that was way, way off. And similar to his first, just had to correct himself on the way down to stay safe, basically, which is a big shame. So, here we are. Kwang, Lida Baharian, come on. We'll all have one more attempt at 576. And it's who could just reset mentally at this stage, because none of them have come particularly close. Kwang, the closest of the three. And they're just going to have to gather them. Way up, and that is agonizingly close. Had he have not caught the bar with his feet so early on, he might have been able to just squeeze himself over the bar there once he would have been able to just arch his body and get on down. So that is frustrating for, come on, but he's up against some incredible opposition. I mean, it's crazy to think that last year many of the same men actually lined up and come on one with 565. I mean, I wasn't present last year. Well, the conditions bad, but it's a shock. Because Bloom was down in 5th, and you know, it wasn't like he had a bad year last year. For one reason or another, fairly modest winning mark. Okay, Bakai Kwang. Are we going to lose all three of these men on their third and final attempt? Menno Bloom is warming up. He's got a competition to win, Bloom. He's the lucky one.
Presidential drip from G Washington, shout out to him, the wig strong. If you think of playing me, you need major keys, still minor leagues, you ain't brawn.
Although he has passed at this height, pressure will be on him a little bit.
Definitely hating fake, and that's law. That classical brings that capital, I just caught Napoleon once. Riding with my stallion and I'm gone. Got my hits and mama gives some grace come.
7th at the Olympic Games. He's a big time performer, is Wang. 6th at the World Championships. 2nd at the Asian Championships this year. Obieena won that. The man from the Philippines. He won 2 days ago in Düsseldorf, Wang, but only in 560. So this is an improvement for him. If he can go clear, of course. Bars, you got pops. Heard you writing Tiffany, a whole symphony. You a simp to me, but go off. Or make a masterpiece for you, or at least it's gonna hit like rump bum bum. Elephant to me like the symphony. Your career's dun 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 dun. I'm like Beethoven. Well, he's being patient. He's waiting this out. You can see the vault clock in grey there, counting down for 3 minutes, and we're already at a minute to go. We'll be keeping an eye on the conditions as well. We saw this in the women's competition earlier on. It was a little bit more blustery for them. chalking up once again. Not confident with his grip. Sometimes you'll see boulders wear sweatbands just to keep the sweat away from their hands. They need exceptionally good grip on that pole when they go up there. Okay. Looks set. He's still waiting. His eyes are on something. Perhaps it was the vault clock at the end of the day. Third and final attempt for Huang. If he doesn't go clear, he is out. Oh, and he clips it on the way down. That is frustrating for him. Similar attempt to come on in that way. But, well, he matches the mark. He vaulted 2 days ago in Dessau. 560 on that occasion. Unfortunately, he won then. He won't win today. Far from it. Bows out at 576. The Chinese national record holder.
Ja, ich habe jetzt gerade von hier hinten so ein bisschen gespickt. Also der Düsseldorf Airport hat die Bahn gerade gedreht. Da fliegt man jetzt schon.
So we lost Come On and we've lost Huang.
Vielleicht ändert sich der Wind hier auch so ein bisschen und wir kriegen ein bisschen Windstille oder sogar vielleicht ein bisschen.
Former European silver medalist Lida Bahari remains.
Und jetzt wird es nochmal ganz, ganz wichtig für Düsseldorf, für den EUROWINGS Flight Circus. Wir wollen unseren Düsseldorfer hier drüber.
We're here live at the EUROWINGS Flight Circus in Düsseldorf. I'm your commentator Matt Setter, and we're in the business end of this men's pole vault competition. If you're wondering where the women are, we saw them earlier on this afternoon. They got going at 2 o'clock in a fantastic competition. It was a meet record. For Redzius, Luna Onsrud Redzius of Norway, 4 meters in 73. It was a World Championship qualifying mark as well. But we turn our attention to Lita Berry here. And interestingly, that wind might have even picked up. Crowder on their feet. They know he's got to be at his very, very best. Keeps an eye on the vault clock because it counts him down. It's just a stunning setting. I mean, look at the backdrop here. They know how to put on a show here in Düsseldorf. Bokanda, 590 at his best, 573 season best. His world ranking points are good, I must say. You know, he vaulted 582 last year, and that's the auto qualifying mark. 582 for these men. He managed to do that post the Olympic Games in Berlin at the ice staff meeting, so he is okay. Even though hiding the German Championships, he should be at the World Championships. What's he got? Oh, agonizingly close. Oh, just scrapes the bar, just with the whisker of a vest there. Well, kind of shrugged his shoulders. What more could I have done? I think he was technically sound on that one, but unfortunately it was the two sold from the story in pole vault. The 2 previous attempts just weren't up to scratch. They weren't good enough. That third and final attempt, I mean, if that was his first, he would have been in a much, much better place. Look at this. A vest width. Oh. So close. So close. So we lost the German, and now 2 remain, Broders and Vloon.
Ja, damit haben wir ein Kopf-an-Kopf-Rennen den Sieg hier beim EUROWINGS Flight Circus zwischen dem holländischen Rekordhalter und dem belgischen Rekordhalter.
The Menno Vloon passed,
und das hier in Düsseldorf.
which is important to note. He passed at 576. Both of them have achieved the meet record. The meet record lies with Broders, the only man to clear 576. So if Vloon does not go clear at 582, Broders will win this. So if neither of them go clear, shall I say, at 582, Broders will of course win. But I think Vloon might be confident that, you know, given this is right up at Broders' best ever mark, if Vloon goes clear at 582, that will really put the pressure on Broders, and he's going to have to pull out a season best.
Die Anzahl der Fehlversuche. Das heißt, wenn man jetzt hier im ersten Versuch über die absolute Weltklassehöhe 5,82, was offizielle Olympianorm, WM-Norm ist,
Broders is another athlete who
die beiden natürlich schon in der
was
Tasche
able to get
haben.
that World Championship mark last year as well in Brussels at the Diamond League, 582 on that occasion. The window's been open all the way since the 1st of August 2024 for the Worlds, and it will close on the 24th of August, 2 weeks today. That World Championship qualifying window will shut. Of course, next year we've got the European Championships, which this whole field will look forward to, bar Ludwig and Huang today. But also on top of that, we have the World Athletics Ultimate Championships, and we know the format, how it's going to look and what it will bring, and how that event will be received will be very, very interesting on what is an off year for the sport of track and field. So it'll be good to have something on a global level for us to really look forward to, us fans. Well, you can see how precise they've got to be to make sure this bar is bang on the checks that go in, to ensure that it is exactly that, 5 meters in 82 centimeters.
So, die Latte ist eingemessen, die neue Sprunghöhe 5,82 liegt offiziell auf und
well, the crowd pretty much at its peak now, and we have 2 men left in this competition. 11 started, 2 remain. We're going to go for 582. It will be a meet record. We've already seen that smashed. Ben Broders of Belgium will jump first. Menno Vloon will go next. He passed at 576. He's had a fantastic season, Menno Vloon. It started indoors when he won that European indoor title. He's a national record holder, and you would say he's arguably in his prime, is Vloon. You know, he's 31 years of age now. He has tons and tons of experience. He's surpassed 5 meters 90 3 times this year already. But he's looking for his first global medal. He's never featured on the podium, and he's good enough to. It just depends, can he do it on the day? And if you could jump 595, 596, possibly, can he even get near 6 meters on the day of the championship? He's going to be very, very close to that podium, and if not on it. So here goes Broders. First attempt, 582 for the Belgian. Didn't like it one bit, did he? Just wasn't sure about it. And this is much like we saw from the German. I can't lead it, Bahari. The problem is when, not that he's wasted this first jump, but when you don't get a proper vault off, you don't get much feedback. He may argue differently. I mean, he is one of the best in Europe, so that would be expected. However, it's almost like a wasted jump, really. And then you just got to go again on your second attempt, and then he'll try and gain feedback, but then it does put the pressure on him going into that third attempt. So Broders, 582. It's a failure for him. Now, over to Menno Vloon. Favorite coming into this one. I mean, last year to think he was 5th. Incredible. He's looking for redemption this year, though.
Mit holländischem Techno. Ich glaube ja. Wenn ihr ihn unterstützt. Düsseldorf.
So one of the best in the world, ranked inside the top 10 in the world. I think he's 7th on those world rankings at the moment on the road to Tokyo. As I mentioned, looking for his first global medal. He's done it on a European level. Can he do it on a world level in 5 weeks' time? First, it's about the journey. He's got to win here. 582, first attempt, Menno Vloon, he's looked good. Oh, and he too did not like that one bit. So it's like for like in this men's pole vault. And it feels like sudden death for these men. This feels like the decider tonight. Sun setting on Düsseldorf.
Ja, Coach und Manager Marc Rosenberg hat es auch nochmal gesagt, er war zu weit weg. Das spricht einfach für zu viel Gegenwind. Und im Stabhochsprung
you can see both of them just able to converse with their coach immediately after their attempt.
Jenseits der 85 plus.
Right, Broders will be on the clock shortly. White flags out. There you are. You can see 3 minutes to vault. Broders on the clock. He'll be keen to get going on this because there was no attempt. You know, there wasn't anything to fatigue him. Here he goes. Ben Broders drives through, and that's a sorry second attempt. This is going to be awfully difficult.
Man muss sagen, am Publikum liegt es auf jeden Fall nicht. Ihr seid gut dabei, ihr gebt den Rhythmus gut vor.
So look at this then.
Und einen Versuch hat Ben ja noch.
Just flashbacks to Lee Bahari in that previous round. Had very similar, you know. Oh, the music does wonders, doesn't it? Building that anticipation. Creating that momentum, feeding in to this vault. Menno Vloon, Dutch record holder. European indoor champion for 2025. Having one of the seasons of his life. He'll want to win. He's racking them up in 2025, and that is very, very similar to Broders. I mean, this is a carbon copy. And I said it feels like sudden death. And if it is, if neither of them go clear now, Broders is going to pull off the upset here. Despite Vloon having, what, 13 centimeters on his season's best? Because Vloon decided to pass at 576, which may or may not pay off now. This is awfully intriguing. We go into one final jump for both of these men. Unless, of course, they both go clear. And then it is game on and we're off and away to 588 is the next height. If just one of them go clear, expect that height possibly to change. I could see a world where if one of them goes clear, Menno Vloon or potentially just go for a season's best of 592 and perhaps put that bar to 593 and pass 588 altogether. Here we go. Broders is on the clock. Third and final time.
Düsseldorf, ihr wollt doch nicht, dass das die letzten beiden Sprünge sind. Also feuert die beiden jetzt nochmal richtig an. Südtribüne, Nordtribüne, aufstehen einmal, kommt! Hey, hey, hey.
Ben Broders, Belgian star, here he goes. To beat Menno Vloon, he's got to go clear here, and he almost does it, but he just gets it on the way down, and every jump was progressive. But he was just too far off at the start, wasn't he? Now, the one thing he has on his side, although he has bowed out the competition, is the fact he went clear at 5.76, and that could be telling because he could still win this competition. Training partners with Bloom, I mean, they know each other well. Look at this. Conversing with the same coach, trackside. Competition is all in good faith. All in good spirits for these guys.
Und Füßen und vor allen Dingen im Kopf von Menno Flohen. Aber Menno ist ein richtiger Wettkämpfer, der hat, so wie ich ihn kenne, richtig Bock hier zu gewinnen.
It's almost like
einen Sprung bei 5,82 zu zeigen.
they just build up more and more confidence throughout those attempts, and in turn obviously got closer and closer, but of course there will be a lot more to it. Here goes Menno Bloom, he's about to be on the clock. He'll tack up, he'll chalk up. It has been a fantastic afternoon into the evening here. I mean, we had the women earlier on this afternoon. Please go back and watch that. What a competition it was. Retius coming out on top of the Norwegian. And then we had an awesome fashion display, actually. We had something a little different, engaging a slightly different audience, and then capturing them here for the men's finale. Alongside the River Arena in Germany. We're in Düsseldorf, and it's another world tour, the EUROWINGS Flight Circus. Proving to be one of the best pole vault competitions on the circuit once again. Here we go, Menno Bloom, Dutch national record holder, European indoor champion. What's he got? Third and final attempt at 5.82. Oh, and he's done it. How? Quite how. It was messy on the way over, wasn't it? But he has done it. And he is victorious here. It's a meet record. The win is secure. And now it'll be about him to see what he can do and see where he wants to take the bar. I mentioned 5.88 is the next height in theory. It's a bit of a nothing height for someone like Menno Bloom. He doesn't get much from it. Look at that. It was messy on the way over. Had to go to his side, didn't he? Oh, just to hook that leg over. That left leg, he did very well to react when he did. Sometimes by any means necessary. And he just goes from strength to strength. He goes from win to win. He's picking them up this season. And that really is the characteristics of someone who can hopefully muscle their way to a podium come Tokyo. It would be great to see, because he's come short on multiple occasions at that global level. So this conversation, this needs to be mic'd up. How cool would that be? We get this feeding into the broadcast. So they'll now relay that conversation to the officials there, and we'll know where this bar is going. If I was to take a guess, it would be 5.93. It would be a season's best for Bloom. There we go, 5.93. 3 attempts to this man. He'll have 5 minutes between jumps now, so that will increase a little. So we'll be patient. We're waiting until Bloom's ready.
Ja, das sieht auch schon wieder richtig hoch aus. Was war das Höchste, was du mal probiert hast, Tobi? Nach 76?
Meine höchste Höhe, ich waren 83. Also schon noch mal 10 cm darunter. War knapp, kann ich sagen. Es war sehr knapp. Steht noch nicht mal bereit. Ich glaube, die Musik, wir brauchen jetzt noch nicht mitklatschen. Behaltet die Energie bereit, wenn
that place score bonus, and if he does go 593, that will push him into 5th on the rankings. Just Chris Nielsen, who won't be at the World Championships in Tokyo, ahead of him. And then you've got Kendricks, Corrales, and Duplantis. So heading into Tokyo, he would be ranked 4th. Joint with Curtis Marshall, the Aussie, and in that case, anything can happen, right? Well, on top of the World Tour circuit, we have a gold label tour on Tuesday. That's the one in Budapest. Some incredible lineups to that. And then we'll be back with another World Tour in Bern on Saturday, the 16th of August. And of course, in and amongst all of that, you've got the Diamond League meetings. Silesia is next. And then you've got Lausanne as well. And then, of course, we turn our attention to Zurich and Brussels for those Diamond League finals. And then after that, for the first time, the season will shut down after the World Championships in Tokyo. That will be the last bit of track and field action we see in 2025. And it will be a special way to end. And we saw that. We were fortunate enough to see that when the World Championships were in Doha. And how Labor Day, all the way in October.
So, er hat jetzt 6 Minuten Versuchszeit. Die Uhr steht jetzt bei 5 Minuten 15. Die wird er nicht ausnutzen, weil er will ja warm bleiben.
So you see the clock started there. Actually, Vloon had 6 minutes. So I think I said he was going to have 5. So just 6 minutes for Vloon. He's got an extra minute. This is first attempt at 5:93. Looks like he's ready to go. Ludwig, come on, Baptiste, Thierry, they're all there. They're all cheering him on. They're all witnessing, learning. It's what I mentioned about the depth in this event. The fact that they're all there, they kind of share experiences with one another. They get to watch one another prepare and compete. Ludwig will be at the World Championship. He was disappointed today, though. First competition in Europe post the US Championships, though.
So, auf geht's, Düsseldorf. Benno steht am Anlauf, bereit, fokussiert, euch jetzt hier 5:93 zu zeigen. Lauter Düsseldorf!
So the music builds, Boom visualizes. What's at stake is the season's best and 3 centimeters shy of his national record. This will push him to 5th in the world this year. I'll bump him up 2 spots. Ahead of Lightfoot and Marshall. Can you believe it though? 13 men clear at 5 meters 90. Staggering. Three of them American.
Jetzt muss wirklich alles passen.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Menno Vloon looks set to go. He's been waiting till the time is right, till he's ready to attack this. He's won this competition. He's got it wrapped up. He's got the meet record to go with it as well. Vloon down the runway. Good speed. What's he got over the bar? Oh, well, that was a very, very good first attempt. And you know what's interesting? He looks at his best. The more the bar has progressed and the higher it's got. And I think, you know, when it comes down to it, this is a height that he is probably training at a lot more. You know, he's spending a lot more time operating at this level with using these poles as well. And they'll only vault once a week, pole vaulters, perhaps twice a week. They'll do a lot of work in the gym, a lot of work on their speed on the runway, and a lot of technique work. A lot of mobility and sort of gymnastics work. They'll often use sort of springs going into a mat in order to just train the action in the air that they need. So Vloon will have another interval in between jumps here, and he'll take his time, and he'll jump when he's ready, not before. But he will be on the clock once again. He'll have 6 minutes once he gets back there. Second attempt, 593. Menno Vloon, ladies and gentlemen, European indoor champion, didn't like it. Oh, okay. Well, his first attempt was so close. And now, after the lengthy build-up, we will have to wait for one more attempt.
Ja, wir haben es ja vorhin schon gesehen. Wenn auch nur das kleinste Detail dann beim Einstich
So it will take him till he gets to the end of the runway. Then the clock will start. The officials will lay out that white flag. He could have quite a quick turnaround here just because he didn't actually get to vault that one. So get a bit of feedback from his coach. He'll discuss where he went wrong, what he didn't like about that approach, and then he'll go again.
Wenn du dann den in der vollen Biegung loslässt, was Menno vorhin gemacht hat, und du kriegst dann so einen Schnapper ab. Also Platzwunde mindestens.
Ja, ist mehr.
Well, there it is, EUROWINGS Flight Circus. This is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're in Düsseldorf for this event in Germany, who, by the way, European Under-20 Championships are taking place at the moment. They're reaching the climax today, actually. Final day of competition, and Germany are having stellar championships. Italy lead the way in the medal table, I think. Great Britain, Northern Ireland is second. And Germany up there. They've had a few victories. We talk about France and the way they have come on as a nation. I mean, it's just staggering heading into the Paris Games, but more so after the Paris Games. You know, they're going to comfortably have 3 filling almost every single event in track and field. And not only that, it's the athletes they have queuing up, knocking on the door at these events. I mean, take the pole vault, for example. They got 4 or 5 guys with the standard, the outright standard, that is. And then a whole host of men right on the cusp trying to get the standard. And it's like that in a heap of events that you perhaps wouldn't even expect. The 5,000 meters, for example. I mean, France have got 3 or 4 guys with the qualifying standard there, and various other distance races and sprints and hurdles. It's the impact of the Paris Games on French athletics has been huge, and I wonder if, looking ahead beyond 2032, we'll see another European nation want to get involved. And I've seen the success of the Paris Games and what that had on French athletics. So we are 4 minutes away, there or thereabouts, from Menno Vloon's 3rd and final attempt. Will he go clear for a mighty meeting record? It would be an unbelievable meet record, one that very few would be able to better. So far this year, only 4 have gone beyond 5 meters and 93. Vloon has almost gone there. He's 5.92, so for his season's best for the Dutch champion. He plays his fight song as he gets himself in the right headspace to attack this world-class height. Conditions have been absolutely stunning, and in fact, despite the wind high up on the flags, it is relatively sheltered here alongside the river. You've got these 2 temporary stands either side. You're enclosed with fans. A couple hundred are here witnessing Vloon. So the European indoor champion, the Dutch champion, Menno Vloon, going for 5.93. Oh, okay. Tried a similar tactic to when he went clear at 5.82, didn't he? Looked to just try and bring that left leg around a little bit, hook it over the bar. Couldn't quite execute, but it was another good attempt. Let's hear from him.
How was it for you in Düsseldorf here today? Beautiful location, the people over there. How did it feel to win finally in Düsseldorf?
Finally, the 2nd time, but it feels really good. The wind was a little bit tricky, but I wait on the good wind and it was fine. The weather is good. Everyone, thank you.
So we will see you next year, definitely.
Oh, for sure.
What's next for you? When do you go to Tokyo?
I go to 31st, 31. I go to the trains camp in Shiba, and then prepare myself for the World Champs. Yeah.
So this was the last competition, or you have a few more?
I have 3 more. I have 3 more Diamond Leagues, and then hopefully I'm ready.
Yeah. I think you're ready. You look ready today. Congratulations, Menno Vloon, your champion, EUROWINGS Flight Circus 2025. Meet-Rekord 5.82, das ist meine Ansage. Und wir machen jetzt gleich hier die Siegerehrung.
Well, great to hear from Menno Vloon there. We had 2 meet records here at the EUROWINGS Flight Circus on the World Tour stop. Just shy of 5 meters 93 in the end, but 5.82 will do for a meet record on this occasion. We're going to see him a hat-trick at times more before the World Championships, before he goes and prepares. He'll have those Diamond Leagues, and of course, credit to Lene Unsrud Regius of Norway, the 17 times Norwegian champion, won here today earlier on in the afternoon as well, in another meet record of 4 meters and 73 in a World Championship, also qualifying mark. So the results are flashing up on the screen there. You could see Muller was down in 9th. On the men's side, the World Junior champion from last year. Broda second, Huang third. Those are your top three. And what a fantastic event once again in Düsseldorf. He mentioned Vloon was here last year, finally gets his redemption, takes the crown today, and we look forward to seeing him back next year, just like we look forward to welcoming all you back next year. I've been your commentator, Matt Ted. It's been an absolute pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and good night.
So. So, auf dem 11. Platz Hendrik Müller von Leverkusen mit 5,10 Meter. Einen Applaus für Hendrik. Die Siegerehrung wird übernommen vom Director Sports Bastian Becker und dem deutschen Rekordhalter im Stabhochsprung Björn Otto. So, wir haben auf den 7. Plätzen einmal Mathieu Collet, Matt Ludwig und noch jemanden. 2 7. Plätze, Matt Ludwig, Mathieu Collet. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Auf dem 6. Platz Baptiste Thierry aus Frankreich mit 5,40 Meter. Auf dem 5. Platz der Vorjahressieger aus Frankreich, Ethan Coman mit 5,60 Meter. 4. Platz. Und da wollen wir nochmal einen extra Applaus hören für den Düsseldorfer Bo Kanda Lita Beere. Düsseldorf, noch einmal Riesenapplaus. Okay. Auf dem 3. Platz und damit auf dem Podium Bokai Huang aus China. Bokai, wo bist du? Herzlichen Glückwunsch. 3. Platz und wir kommen zu den Top 2. Auf dem 2. Platz euer fliegender Belgier aus Löwen, Ben Bröders mit 5,76. Und der Sieger beim 2025er EUROWINGS Flight Circus, euer Champion aus Holland, Menno Floon. Ja, wir bedanken uns bei allen Zuschauern, die das ganze Wochenende hier beim D-Sports Circus am Start waren, bei den Speedkletterern, bei den 3x3-Leuten, bei allen Zuschauern, bei allen freiwilligen Helfern und Ehrenamtlern, die hier das ganze Wochenende mit unterstützt haben. Bei D-Sports natürlich, die das Ganze hier für euch, für Düsseldorf mit auf die Beine gestellt haben. Dann nochmal auch ein extra Applaus. Und ich kann, glaube ich, schon sagen, wir freuen uns aufs nächste Jahr. Da werden wir wieder in Düsseldorf hochrangigen Sport erleben können. Welche Sportarten, das bleibt noch ein kleines Geheimnis, aber es wird wahrscheinlich wieder so eine Urban Sports Session werden, wie es dieses Jahr war. Dann nochmal danke ans Publikum, kommt gut nach Hause. Vielen Dank an EUROWINGS, an die Moll-Gruppe und habt einen schönen Sonntagabend und bis zum nächsten Jahr. Ciao, ciao.